Namaskar and a very pleasant good morning. Distinguished and most respected Shri K. Jayakumarji, the President Delnet, Dr. S.S. Murthyji, Vice President Delnet, Dr. P.R. Goswami, Treasurer Delnet, invited speakers of this day, including Mrs. Indra Nair, Dr. Manik Baral, Dr. Milind B. Ansani, Dr. Swati Bardebas, Dr. N. Abdul Latif, Mr. P. Ramu, Dr. S.A. Muthu Bharati, Mr. Sunita Parekh, Dr. N. Sivakami, Dr. Dharani Agrapu, Dr. Vivek Patkar, the governing board and RSC members of Delnet, institutional heads, eminent librarians and library and information science professionals, academicians, educationalists, administrators, various LIS and many other professionals who have been associated with Delnet, officials of various publishers and e-content providers, faculty, researchers and scholars, students who have joined us from various parts of India and also many other countries, Delnet staff officials at Delhi, Mr. O.N. Safapuri, and officials at Bangalore unit, Dr. Neela J. Deshpande and staff at Pune unit of Delnet, staff officials at Hyderabad, ladies and gentlemen. I, Sangeeta Kaul, on behalf of Delnet, extends a very warm, hearty welcome to each one of you for joining us today, a very special day, that is June 30th, 2022, which is a very special, momentous day for Delnet and to the entire library network family of Delnet as we mark and celebrate the 30 years of Delnet, dedicated towards networking libraries, sharing and spreading knowledge, which is now extending to leading to empowering libraries and inspiring professionals. I take immense pleasure in extending a very special welcome to all of you to today's online program, Delnet at 30, Forging Ahead in Empowering Libraries and Inspiring LIS Professionals. It's a proud privilege and honor to welcome you all to today's program. We would like to start off today's program. We are expecting our President, Shri K. Jayakumarji, to be joining us shortly as he's also being occupied in another professional program, and he's traveling out, in fact, from Kerala. And we do expect that Sir would be joining us in a little while, and we would greatly feel honored, to have his presence with us. We have Dr. S.S. Murthyji, the Vice President Delnet, and at the very outset, I would like to request Dr. S.S. Murthyji, the founder member of Delnet and a vice president of Delnet, to kindly give the opening address to today's very special program. I have a pleasure in requesting Murthy sir. Sir, may I have a profound pleasure in requesting you to kindly give the opening address to today's session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. I think Sri Jayakumarji will be able to participate in a few minutes, but meanwhile I'll start expressing my views on this. And Dr. Sangeeta, distinguished panelists and distinguished invited speakers and other distinguished persons who are attending this webinar, and others LIS professionals and others who are also participating in this seminar. Good morning to all of you. Today is a good day, is a day to remember, because Delnet has completed 30 years of its use, excellent service to the readership community in the country, and also indirectly contributing to the nation's development through supply of information. And as you all see, the topic of today's webinar is having two components. One is empowering libraries, and the other one is inspiring LIS professionals, which are very crucial topics of the present time. Firstly, I'll say a few words about empowering libraries. As all of you know, internet is available to everybody, common man, nowadays. So this has in a way impacted libraries in a negative way. I'll tell you how. After the internet has come to everybody, the managements of institutions in which libraries are functioning they feel that there is no need to spend lots of money because the publications have been becoming more and more costly, the print versions and also the online versions. So when internet is there for getting all any information we want, why to spend money on building up collections and also recruiting library professionals? And so use internet and reduce the importance of necessity for the libraries. So this is one aspect. The other aspect of this thing is the managements also feel that to manage a library at a reduced level, the properly LIS qualified persons are not required. Any educated person, perhaps who is not doing very well in other divisions of the organization, can be put here to manage the library because they feel after the internet has come, the importance of libraries has come down. So this is also a problem now. So one effective way in the present situation is to show that libraries are still important. For the library professionals must be empowered to provide vast access to the information which is not easily available through internet to the users. So as you all know, internet mostly contains unevaluated information. Anybody wants to put something on the net can do it, but the evaluated and authentic information available through standard books and standard journals and other sources is to be paid for, which is not freely available on the internet. So the library professionals at this stage, they can empower themselves by providing access somehow to vast amounts of good information to the users. So how they will do it? They at the managements of organizations are willing to spend a little money. They don't expect everything free, but they want to spend as little as possible. So with under this situation, so what they can find out different ways of how to providing good information, authentic information at minimal cost, and it should be vast information. So if they develop skills in this area and are able to provide the information, vast amounts of information in a very minimal cost, then this is how they can still prove useful. The libraries can still prove useful, and this is how they can empower libraries and empower themselves in progressing in the profession. The other aspect is inspiring library professionals. You know, I have been in my regular service of long years in the LIS profession, and also after my retirement, I had the opportunities of having several reappointments till a few years ago. And after that, also I have been closely associated with the interacting with the libraries of member institutions, the member institutions of Delnet. I have been seeing one thing. I had a lot of interaction with a large number of libraries over these years. So I generally like to categorize the LIS professionals in three ways. One is the library professionals who have library science or information science qualified and entered the profession and doing their job, and they want to do useful service, develop libraries and information systems and provide useful service, but they don't get the expected support from the managements because of the reasons I described earlier. But so slowly they lose interest in that, they lose that enthusiasm in their providing excellent service and building up services. So with this, this is one group. The second category is they how libraries, they enter the library profession, have entered the libraries and want to also develop when they enter the service, but gradually what they do, they are this category mostly belong to those professionals who get jobs in their own city or native place or near their native place, and for personal reasons they don't like to move out of faraway to places, move to faraway places for better jobs or better opportunities. So somehow they adjust themselves with the existing situation and try to compromise whatever is available when they get in the career growth. Whenever their opportunity comes, then they will get a rise. And but for personal reasons, they like to, they don't mind having a slow progress in their profession and also um, lose enthusiasm and develop at a minimal level. They keep operating their service. And the third category are the lucky people who get good qualifications and also join good organizations whose managements are very modern and modern looking and have good outlook, support the library professions and libraries, and they have opportunities to grow themselves, and also they don't mind grabbing the opportunities available elsewhere and growth in their profession. So I'd like to talk about the first two categories because they are in much majority than the third category. The third category people are very few compared to the other two categories. So I would like to address those, talk about those people. And Delnet here contributes a great way in these for these two categories of people, particularly, and of course library LIS professional in general. How they contribute? They organize a lot of training programs and also organize lectures on current topics in LIS profession and also in other topics which are of interest to LIS professionals by eminent people. Earlier they used to do it in a physical presence of the participants, and now after the corona pandemic has set in, they shifted over to the online webinars. But with more enthusiasm because they could reach more people through this online conducting of webinars. So they are the first two categories of people. They are able, a lot of them are able to participate in these training programs and also the eminent lectures and panel discussions on interested subjects. For this, the management won't object because they don't have to pay money. So this is how the Delnet is able to contribute greatly in inspiring the first two categories of people to, that is, to inculcate more enthusiasm in them to develop within the existing situations, provide more themselves, prove themselves to be more useful, and also prove libraries to be more useful for the managements without incurring a lot of expenditure. And I see even over the years now. I will talk about Delnet at 30. And I have been associated with Delnet right from its beginning and seen its progress. And I have also seen during the 90s, there were a number of library networks came up. But they were mostly funded by governments, the central government, through an organization called NISAT, National Institute for Science and Technology, National Information System for Science and Technology, a division of Department of Scientific and Industrial Research in the Ministry of Science and Technology in the central government. With their funding, lots of networks came up, like they were all subject oriented, mostly subject oriented. they use it to call it sectoral centers. So that means each sector, subject sector, they were promoting some well-equipped information center to become a national center for that subject, and was supporting financially and others, infrastructure-wise also. And name some of them. For aeronautical information, the National Informatics Center, National Information Center for Aerospace Information at NAL Bangalore, and for leather information at national level, Central Leather Research Institute at Chennai. Like that, a lot of sectoral information center came up during 90s. And along with the sectoral centers, the city-based networks also were coming up, again with the support of the government. They were called Delhi, of course, to start Delhi Library Network, which Delnet started with that name. Later on, changed its name to enlarge its focus. It's to the national and international level, with changing the name into Developing Library Network. But others retained their name as Calcutta Library Network, Calibnet, and Madras Library Network called Malibnet, Pune Library Network called Malibnet, and they were all developing to serve the city-based and also nearby in that regional libraries also, which were not well equipped. But all those libraries, after this support of government, withdrew after some years, and they could not flourish as well. And some of them are still continuing in a dormant way, limiting their service in a subject to the availability of their resources, and some of them became almost dysfunctional. But Delnet is the only network, library network, which has become from city-based network to national-based and internationally reputed network with focus internationally. And it has not seen any ups and downs in their growth. It has seen only the ups, progress and progress and progress. And that too, it is the only self-sustaining library network at this level, at this coverage, national and international coverage, without getting any government support. Initially, it got support from NISAT for a couple of years. And of course, the government still receives the managerial guidance, technical support through its governing body, which has got eminent personalities heading different organizations in the country. The National Informatics Center, Director General, is represented on this. And NIC, the National Informatics Center, which has the largest network in Asia, the online network, provides technical support and network as help to Delnet still. And other eminent personalities on the governing board include the advisors of AICTE, advisor of AICTE, advisor in Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and many others. With their policy support and guidance, Delnet is growing leaps and bounds. And I hope it will continue to grow still more progressively and vigorously and serve the library community in particular and readership community in general in India and abroad. With these words, I wish Delnet greater and greater success in its endeavors, and also wish all the participants a fruitful time and very educative inputs which they can carry to their respective professions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much indeed for the opening remarks. And we're indeed much honored with your presence, with your support that you have always been extending. And thank you so very much. We are much happy to have Shri K. Jayakumarji. Sir has just logged in and just would like to request you, sir, the audio device we are not able to detect right now. So just would like to request the colleagues who are managing it there at your end, sir, because audio device is not connected right now. We are able to see you logged into the system, but there is no audio device. So I would just like to, sir, request you if we can try to re-log in again into the system, as we are not able to see the audio device with your link. In the meantime, I think, we would like to ensure that we are able to get connected with Shri K. Jayakumarji, the President Delnet, because we would like to have his very gracious presence on this occasion and to hear from him. So, sir, once again, would like to request you, if it's possible enough, to log out and to re-log in into the system again. And in the meantime, we would just like to continue with the deliberations, and we really look forward to having a connection set with Shri K. Jayakumarji, because we would like to have his inaugural address at the session today. I would like to mention that as we witness Delnet's 30th year of its establishment today, this reality could not have been realized by the library world. We are able to have now, sir, may I request you, if it's possible, to switch on the webcam?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we are able to hear you. It's a great honor, sir. Very much pleased and honored that we are able to establish. And thank you so much, sir, for taking out time. We know that you are in the middle of a, some very important meeting, but thank you so very much for being there. And it's a proud privilege for me now to request the President of Delnet, Shri K. Jayakumarji, a well-renowned academician, an IS officer who has more than 35 years of his great contributions in the field of administration as a Joint Secretary, Department of Culture, Government of India, and as a Chief Secretary of Kerala. Sir also has been the founder Vice Chancellor of Malayalam University, and he's also a prolific writer, a poet, a lyrist, a painter, and not many other things, which is very, very hard, to find. It's a great honor, sir, to have you, and we are much, much pleased to have you, delighted to have you on today. And I would like to, sir, request you, if you may kindly deliver the inaugural address at today's program. It's over to you, sir.
I'm sorry that I had a fairly crowded morning because I am attending a program in the Central University in Kasaragod, but I have taken excuse and come out and had some difficulty connecting. So that is why I could not join exactly at 11 o'clock. I'm happy that Delnet is venturing upon very important activities like this by sharing these experiences and aspirations about library networking and the issues connected with it, because COVID-19, for example, has opened up, although it has created a lot of problems, it has also opened up a lot of opportunities and new vistas of collaboration, the need for collaboration. Libraries, the landscape of libraries is changing, and Delnet, the time for Delnet has arrived. That is what I think, because when it was started by the visionary leader like Dr. Cole so many years ago, we never knew that it's going to be the most important thing in the library sphere today. So we are actually a bird that has already woken up, and we have started flying. So Delnet's time has come, and therefore everyone who is associated with Delnet and the networking of libraries is living up to the ethos of the times. The times dictate us that we have to be more active and proactive and collaborative. And no wisdom is standalone wisdom, or no knowledge is standalone knowledge. Knowledge gets created by collaboration, collaborative efforts. And networking of libraries and the fraternity of librarians is a prerequisite for a knowledge society to fully evolve. I think we should be happy that we are involved in that kind of a structure, in that kind of an organization by which we are able to create the true knowledge society by harnessing the strength of cooperation, networking, and collaboration. So the series of programs that Delnet is initiating is actually aimed at sort of synthesizing this and evolving the right kind of ethos by which we should be able to render our services far more professionally and to a larger number of people. Although our cooperation might be limited to India, but I think our horizons are quite wide. We should, from national to international collaboration, we should be able to be the engine of development. So that way, I'm happy that Delnet is becoming an engine of growth and an engine of new thinking in the area of networking of libraries. And what we have done so far is also we have to take stock of what we have done and what are the emerging opportunities. I should be failing in my duty if I don't congratulate or thank the large number of librarians and the professionals, library professionals, who have reposed so much of faith in Delnet, and that gives us a lot of inspiration and the energy to go forward, because they have reposed faith in Delnet. And I can only assure you that Delnet today will be able to reciprocate your trust in providing equally important and valuable services. With these few words, I would declare this program as open, and I thank you for any inconvenience that I might have caused you by my late joining. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sangeeta.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Much grateful to you, sir, for taking out time in being there. And as you have rightly pointed it out, that we have to contribute towards the knowledge society, build up the knowledge society by building up the collaboration. And that's the key. And that's the mission with which Delnet has been working and will continue working. We are much grateful to you, sir. Thank you so very much for gracing the occasion. And also, thank you so much, sir, for your great support and for your vision and guidance, which is allowing us and making it possible for us to carry on this mission of networking libraries and sharing and spreading knowledge. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. Thank you indeed. Thank you. We would now like to inform you all that as we witness Delnet's 30th year of its establishment, this reality could not have been realized by the library world to which each one of us belong to without the outstanding and magnificent efforts of the great visionary Dr. H.K. Kaul, the founder director who was able to envision the future of library networking in early 1990s and dedicated his entire life till his last breath to strengthen the mission of networking libraries, to empower and transform libraries, LIS professionals, and its users by conceptualizing Delnet and establishing it as a non-profit organization on June 30th, 1992. Delnet would not have been able to achieve and come so far and emerge as a self-sustainable, largest library network in entire South Asia without Dr. H.K. Kaul's extraordinary leadership and vision, his strong will and desire to transform the libraries, his zest to acquire and implement new ideas and technologies for the benefit of mankind through the libraries, and to look beyond the physical confines of the libraries, and his unparalleled principles, which will continue to be the guiding light for Delnet forever. He was always ahead of his times with his futuristic vision and would always remain forever be the source of inspiration for us at Delnet and to the entire LIS fraternity. We pay on this occasion our most respectful homage and tributes to the great founder, Dr. H.K. Kaul. All of us here today would like to listen to his pearls of wisdom, which will always be echoed and continues to motivate us to strengthen the mission of library networking.
What we notice today is that knowledge is still important. It's becoming more and more important. The countries that have access to knowledge, that have control over knowledge, are now the more powerful countries in the world. And therefore, we have to have access to knowledge. But the means of accessing knowledge have changed. From the print, they are slowly going into the digital form, and information is becoming available in the digital form. But at the same time, it was manageable to handle books in the 20th century, but today, knowledge is doubling. Information is almost doubling every few months. 6 months, 1 year, estimates are there, and it is very difficult for the individual to get the best information from the internet or from web resources or from digital resources. So therefore, there is a great responsibility on librarians today, more than it was 100 years back. Today, the message of Sir Gaikwad is becoming much more important, and we are really going to take his blessings in seeing that people have access to information. We in Delnet, we have more than 4,000 libraries in the network throughout the country and outside India in 7 countries. E-content market and identify the new technologies and business models that are convenient, best, and affordable to them. We have a major issue facing libraries in the area of archiving of e-content, as the libraries are not able to archive useful content due to technological, manpower, financial, and copyright barriers that exist in different ways in different types of libraries. I feel that the Government of India and the state governments that spend billions of rupees on acquiring content should discuss with the publishers and aggregators of e-content and see how useful content gets archived in some centers in the country. The rapid growth of e-content has led to the fastest changes taking place in ICT and vice versa. Library professionals have to be conversant with such changes. Their interest in the social media will have to grow, and they should be able to use technologies that help in accessing all types of content. E-content is of special interest as it is basically collected or archived from every library user who may use the library today or in future. But we notice that in many libraries, the footfalls of users are falling in number. To attract such users back to libraries and to attract every person who should be interested in information, libraries need to become special places by organizing special programs, by offering special services and content, and by using special management techniques. Delnet is prepared to give a helping hand to every library user and official in order to bridge the gap which is growing between libraries and their users. It's the job of library professionals, as students and researchers can't do this job on their own. Library professionals need to be highly trained, motivated to undertake this job. There is a need for providing personalized services to every type of student, teacher, and service. The library professionals should be knowing exactly what are the needs of the users. They should make surveys, whether they are in the public libraries or they are in the academic libraries. So there's a need to provide personalized service. It is like a doctor providing services to a patient. So therefore, we have as library professionals an important job to do. There's also a greater need to bridge the digital divide that exists today between the resources available in libraries in the Northeast and in libraries in other parts of the country. Delnet is in a position to bridge this gap to a greater extent through millions of information resources if the donor ministry and state governments so desire.
19 years, we have not increased the annual membership fee. It is just the same what we had started in 1999. The reason being we want more and more libraries to benefit, get modernized, and serve the users, serve the students, teachers, and scholars so that they move ahead. Resource sharing is the main objective with which Delnet was established. We started working on it in 1988. It took us nearly up to 1992 to register it as a society, and our interlibrary loan service is the best in South Asia, and a lot of work is being done. We are indeed grateful to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, who in his message to NATO in 2017 has reiterated that the libraries need to get modernized and they have to provide quality information to our users, students, teachers in the country. And this is one of the important tasks that he has mentioned.
What we at Delnet, we are dedicated. We have more than the library movement will spread. We take the blessings of Sir Gaikwad and we move forward and hope that this conference, this national convention, will give us more strength to do better things in this field. Thank you.
With this, we are towards the closure of the inaugural session of today's program, that is Delnet at 30, Forging Ahead in Empowering Libraries and Inspiring LIS Professionals. We would now like to firstly apprise you all about the entire program layout of the day, that what all sessions that we are going to have today. We are shortly going to commence with our very first session, which is on Delnet, a boon for librarians, academicians, researchers, and scholars. And we are having a very distinguished panel of our library and information science colleagues who have joined us from different nooks and parts of the country, and who have been very, very kind. And we truly appreciate on this occasion their time and efforts for contributing their articles, their write-ups, which is in response to the Delnet request, which we made on 4th of May, 2022. We wrote to all our member institutions and to many others, requesting them to share their insights. We requested on, because as we are into the 30th year, we have been wanting to come out with certain publications, and this appeal was made to all our professional colleagues across the country, and on the titles, including Delnet, a boon for librarians, academicians, researchers, and scholars, something on Delnet, upskilling, reskilling, and preparing LIS professionals. We have also requested them to let us know if they have Delnet exploring unique library collections and innovative library services. Also on Delnet, iconic library building designs and reimagining library spaces, and then on Delnet, forging ahead roadmap and agenda for 2032. We are very much pleased that we have been able to get responses from our professional colleagues. And today, in a short while, we are going to have this distinguished panel of our professional colleagues who have joined us and who have contributed their write-ups, in response to our request. So we are much grateful and appreciative of their time and efforts in contributing, and we are really looking forward to having deliberations. Later in the afternoon today, we are going to have a session on, we are going to show today, we are going to firstly have also a session after this, would be a session on Delnet 2032, a pivotal element of the Indian LIS scene. Again, an article being contributed by Dr. Vivek Patkar. And then we are going to have, later in the day today, we are going to have a brainstorming session on Delnet's, one of the most upcoming portal, that is a Delnet Vision portal, the video lectures, which have been demanded largely by our professional colleagues for the last more than a year time, and we have been working on it. And today is an occasion wherein we would like to show you a glimpse of this portal, which is shortly we would be launching it, and it's a beta version that we are going to, and we really want to have much more interactions with you today and to get further more inputs from you today. So we request you all to really be ready enough in sharing your wonderful insights and experience with us, and to tell us how better, we can improvise on that. Also would like to mention that after this, after the Vision Portal's beta version demonstration, we are also going to brainstorm on yet another very prestigious, important project of Delnet, on which already we have been working for past more than almost 6 months, and now we are in the process of finally making it not functional, but yes, making it to start developing it at a greater level. And this is on the Delnet's Desire portal. And the Desire portal, that's the desire of Delnet to create a digital, exclusive, and selective institutional resources for everyone. And that's creating a Delnet cloud for our member institutions wherein they can create their digital repositories. So we are further going to have deliberations, and then definitely we would also like to have deliberations with each one of you as when we forge ahead, how do you really want Delnet to do, what you want Delnet to do. So today is a day when we are celebrating, as being also highlighted by Honorable President Shri K. Jayakumarji, that we have to work in a collaborative manner, and nothing happens in a standalone. And today is an occasion when we are celebrating those connections and collaborations, which have that's the mission, and the vision of this organization, Delnet. So today is a day when we really request each one of you to remain truly participative, and that's what you have always been doing to Delnet. And today is an occasion then when we are going to celebrate those connections and collaborations. So we are now starting off this session, which is the first session of the day, which is on Delnet, a boon for librarians, academicians, researchers, and scholars. I have immense pleasure in welcoming our distinguished panel of our library and information science colleagues who have joined us and who have contributed, as I said earlier, by sending out their write-ups. We have with us Mrs. L. Indira Nair, the Chief Librarian at Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center, Ernakulam, Kerala. Dr. Manik Baral, Librarian, Gupta College of Technological Sciences, Asansol, West Bengal. Dr. Milind B. Ansane, Librarian, HVPM's College of Engineering and Technology from Amravati. Dr. Swati Barnabas, Librarian, Institute of Management Studies, Career Development and Research from Ahmednagar. Dr. N. Abdul Latif, the Librarian, Islamia College, Autonomous, Vaniambadi from Tamil Nadu. Mr. P. Ramu, Librarian, Muthayamal Engineering College, Autonomous from Namakkal. Dr. S. A. Muthubharati, Librarian, Nifty College of Knitwear Fashion, Tirupur, Tamil Nadu. Mrs. Sunita Parekh, the Chief Librarian at Purnima University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Dr. N. Sivakami, Senior Librarian, and Mrs. M. Sachita, the Assistant Librarian of Sri Sai Ram Engineering College from Chennai. And Dr. Dharani Agrapu, Librarian, Vishaka Government Degree and PG College for Women, Isaac, Vishakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. It's a profound privilege for me on behalf of Delnet to welcome each one of our speakers, invited speakers of the session. And firstly, would like to request every one of our distinguished speakers of this session to kindly switch on their webcam, requesting so that we can see each one of you in this frame today in one single frame. We would like to have you. So requesting each one of you, please switch on the webcam, as we would really like to see you. And also requesting to Mrs. Indira Nair. Indira, may I request you to please switch on the webcam, and yet again requesting Dr. Muthu Bharati, to have the webcam, because I believe he is having a little difficulty in having, and I'm pretty sure that he would be able to, do. And firstly, I said, so once again, on behalf of Delnet, thank you so very much for joining, and firstly for contributing the write-ups and the articles for the publication, and also for joining us today. It's a really, indeed, a wonderful, wonderful occasion for us to have each one of you today on this platform. At the very outset, firstly, I would like to request Mrs. Indira Nair, the Chief Librarian at Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center, Ernakulam, as the number indicates, IM 224224, having a collaborations of more than 21 years with Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi, as one of our most prestigious member institution, and more so with Mrs. Indira Nair, a wonderful colleague for years altogether. It's a profound privilege for me to make you all aware that Mrs. Indira Nair has been at Amrita. She's, contributing in a very prolific, in a outstanding manner for the entire medical libraries, and we really much grateful for the association that we have with the institution for more than 2 decades now. I'm pleased to inform you all that Mrs. Indira Nair, currently as the Chief Librarian at Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences in Ernakulam, has been at AIIMS for since 1998, and she has her bachelor's degree in English Literature from University of Kerala, BLIC from SNDT Women's University, Mumbai, and a master's from IGNOU. And she also worked as a librarian in Nautical Engineering College in Mumbai, and also in a couple of schools here in Delhi. And but yes, she's immensely contributing, being there at AIIMS for past more than nearly 24 years now. Profound privilege, firstly, to request you, Mrs. Indira Nair, it's a wonderful pleasure to have you today with us, and it's a pleasure now in requesting you to kindly share your insights about Delnet, a boon for librarians, academicians, researchers, and scholars. Pleasure in requesting you, Indra.
Thank you, Sanjita. I hope I'm audible.
very much. Yes, Indra, very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Sangeeta, for your kind words. Good morning to all. Respected Director Dr. Delnet, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, President Delnet, Sri J. Kumar, Vice President Delnet, Dr. S.S. Murthy, and all the participants. At the outset, I thank Dr. Sangeeta Kaul for having given me an opportunity to speak on this occasion. It's a great pleasure for me to offer my comments on the occasion of Delnet completing 30 years of outstanding services in library services. The service utilized by us is document delivery. Our super specialty hospital was started in 1998 and the medical college in 2002. Our library resources were insufficient to cater to such a broad customer base in the initial years. Those days, not many journals had electronic access, and those that did have electronic access were way beyond the reach of many libraries. Thus, our association with Delnet started way back in 2001. In that scenario, Delnet used to send photocopies of articles by courier. The library gets requests for journal articles mainly for research, patient care, or updating information. On many occasions, I remember the library got urgent requests for journal articles for various medical from various medical specialties for patient care. And Delnet has delivered scanned copies of journal articles, which was sent as email attachments in record time instead of sending it by courier. This was very much appreciated by all our users. Because I remember, you know, one doctor will call me, send me a mail and say that I need I have occurs tomorrow. I need an article, you know, for managing the case. And Sangeeta is so kind enough to send me those that article by email. She used to scan the same the article and send me as email attachment. This was very much appreciated by all the all the doctors concerned. So the support Delnet provided has helped the library improve the quality of services to users, thereby winning their confidence. Today, the medical college and the auxiliary colleges together provide undergraduate and postgraduate courses in the field of medicine, surgery, dental specialties, nursing and pharmaceutical sciences, as well as allied and technical subjects like radiology, etc. Further, there are active research projects associated with all the departments. Today, even though our library resources have increased greatly and we have electronic access to the sites of most of the leading publishers, we still depend on Delnet for the documents that are not accessible to us. Late Dr. H.K. Kaul, the founder director of Delnet, started Delnet with the prime objective of promoting resource sharing among libraries through developing a network of libraries. At this point, my memories go back to him, and I take this opportunity to pay my homage to him. With the dedicated support of Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, the President Director, Delnet has excelled in the prime objective, and as a consequence, Delnet has received several awards for its services. It is also noteworthy that in the wider interest of users, charges for documents supplied by Delnet have always been very reasonable and within the user's reach, and the annual institutional membership subscription charges are within the reach of any library. For years together, the charges have not been increased. It remains the same. So we all know that success comes only with hard work and sincerity, and this is the secret of the success of Delnet. On behalf of the users of our institution and on my own behalf, I congratulate Delnet on completion of its 30 years of dedicated service and wish to see it rise to greater levels of success in years to come. Thank you, Sangeeta. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Indra. Indeed, a great opportunity and always such a pleasure, you know, to have you and to listen to you and to have you on this platform. It has truly greatly been, acknowledged. Thank you so very much for joining and for joining forever. It is to bring in the change by being together, That's the essence of this entire library networking, and we are indeed feel much honored, to have you and also to have Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences as one of our most prestigious member institutions. Thank you very much, Indra, for your time and efforts, and we are indeed much grateful to you. Now we would like to take you to Asansol, West Bengal, from where Dr. Manik Baral, a longtime professional associate and a colleague who is connected with us today, the librarian at Gupta College of Technological Sciences, Asansol, our membership number 1382, that tells us clearly that yes, it's a past nearly more than 18 years association that we have, and it's indeed a proud privilege to have Dr. Manik Baral, and thank you very much, Dr. Baral, firstly in contributing your write-up for this publication. We greatly are appreciative of your efforts and for the times that you have made, in contributing this. I'm much pleased to inform you all that Dr. Manik Baral has more than 21 years of experience in the field of library and information sciences. He has done his MLISC and MSc from University of Burdwan, PhD in 2012 from Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology from Kolkata, and he has more than 11 publications to his credit. And what I could remember is right from the very beginning, Dr. Manik Baral has been the librarian at Gupta College of Technological Sciences right from the times when the college joined as a member of Delnet more than around 16, 17 years ago. So it's a pleasure now to me to request Dr. Manik Baral to kindly share his views on Delnet, a boon for librarians, researchers, and scholars. It's over to you, Dr. Baral, and a pleasure. And once again, we welcome you to this forum today. It's over to you, Dr. Baral.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Very much, Dr. Manik. Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to convey my tributes to Dr. H.K. Kal, former director of Delnet, and Dr. Sangeeta Kal, present director of the Delnet. And it is a great pleasure to me to be a part of these publications occasions published by the Delnet. Literally, the meaning of the boon from the Oxford English Dictionary is a thing that is helpful or beneficial. So in this regard, we can say that librarians, academicians, researchers, and scholars are continuously benefited from the Delnet, that means the developing library network, in terms of resources, assimilations of resources, accumulations, and resource disseminations. So we all need information for the betterment of our life, for the advancement of our society. So Delnet serves as one of the electronic resources portal for all engineering, pharmaceutical, and management colleges. It also provides various services to the clientele. It was established in India as International Center in January 1988 and registered as a society in 1992. The prime objective of the Delnet is to promote resource sharing among libraries through development of network of libraries. It provides different types of e-books, e-journals, theses, dissertations, and online databases through a discovery portals, which has now become a valuable resources center for the librarian, academician, researchers, and scholars. Apart from this, the Delnet also provides different types of library management softwares and library automation softwares and hands-on training for smooth running of the libraries. So we can say that Delnet acts as a bridge between the librarians, the researchers, the academicians, and the different types of databases. So we can say that as we know, that sometimes some nutrient may call as a limiting factor, which are in a small amount, but sometimes the overabundance of a nutrient may sometimes act as a limiting factor. So we know that although there are some disparity in the nature, there are some disparity in the ecosystems, there are some disparity in the society, but the nature have a power, that means the auto-regulation, so that they can maintain the balance. So I can say that Delnet also serves as a homeostatic mechanism, so that they can act as a bridge between the librarian, different types of academicians, with their acquired knowledge, with the current nascent knowledge. So in this respect, I can say that Delnet in near future will also act as different types of leading government projects for the betterment of the society. And I do believe that Delnet will disseminate information continuously for the betterment of the librarians, for the betterment of the research scholars, and for the betterment of the society. Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, for your. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Baral, for joining us, for sharing the wonderful insights and altogether very different aspects that you have touched upon. We are much grateful and thank you so very much in being there with us today. Thank you very much, Dr. Baral. Thank you. Now we would like to move to Maharashtra, wherein we have our professional colleagues, the wonderful colleagues, who are being there, who have joined us from Maharashtra. We have Dr. Milind B. Ansani, the librarian at HVPM's College of Engineering and Technology, Amravati. Our membership number 6515, which has joined, it has an association of over 5 years. But yes, we can say that in these 5 years, we have really have joined hands with the college, and our professional colleagues have immensely been contributing to the network, and we have been offering our support also to the college. So it's a pleasure to have you with us, Dr. Milind. Dr. Milind, he's a librarian at the college and has been instrumental in popularizing the Delnet services at the college. I don't want to stand between you and Dr. Milind, and would like to request Dr. Milind to kindly share his inputs, on this occasion. And Dr. Milind, I'm also giving you, a control. If you want to share your screen, you can do that. Or in case if you just want to speak, you may kindly do. So yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It's visible. Yeah, you can open, Dr. Milind. You can open the the PPT file and can speak. Over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, madam.
Dr. Milind, it seems there is not much of noise coming in from so you can the presentation file. You can open the PPT file and
yes. Ma'am, visible?
Yes, it's there, but you have to open the slide. Yes, fine. And put it in the slide mode, Milind. Just put it in the slide mode. Yes, it's perfectly fine. Over to you, Milind, please.
Okay, thank you, madam. Good morning to all. I'm first give to congratulations to Delnet team for 30th anniversary. Dear professional, on the occasion of Delnet 30th anniversary, respected director Sangeeta madam sent to mail and appeal to library professional to write article on the aspect of Delnet. So I am decide write about the Delnet, a boom for librarian, academician, researcher and scholar. When I studied the all activities of Delnet for writing an article, I noticed that objective of Delnet and the following 4 points. Following 4 points and main aspect of National Education Policy 2020 are similar. These 4 main aspects of NEP 2020 are education to take from isolation. Now, due to the isolation aspect of NEP, we can study any one course through multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and interdisciplinary aspect. It means if you want to complete any one course it is not mandatory to take subject coming under the same course. We can take any subject from any other course and complete our education. Similarly, if you took the scope of Delnet, it is observed that the Delnet does not create a database on any one subject, but creating a database of different 20 subjects like engineering, management, pure science, social science, etc. and help students for studying in the multidisciplinary subject. Second one is part is integration and expansion of education. Under this aspect, National Educational Policy 2020 integrate the vocational courses and professional courses and formal and informal education. Similarly, Delnet is integrated a consortia union catalog of various resources like e-books, e-journals from vocational courses to professional courses. It is help you for the subscription, for negotiation of subscription of consortia like Senges and Procist, which are useful for education. Delnet expand and update their resources, e-books, journals, and reading materials of various courses. Third key point is flexibility and liberal education. In this aspect include choice credit-based system, multi-entry, multi-exit system, flexible curriculum of structure and concept, and fourth point of NEP is ODL, that is online digital learning. We all know that the National Education Policy had facilitated online digital learning under the concept of ODL, such as self-learning, digital learning, blended learning, MOOC courses, NPTEL, SWAYAM courses or platform. And UGC and AICTE also recommended the 40% education is online mode. In same manner, Delnet also help to every learner through Delnet portal and provide all needed information in digital format. You can also access any required document via document delivery service. Similarly, Delnet also provide the online digital learning to library professional via organizing the many activities like online workshop, online webinar, online conference, and taking a meeting on time to time for informing the library and inspiring the library professional. So that person, what should I do? As we know, we have seen that about discussion, the Delnet offers several databases, services, training to its member. So we should take advantage of these activities because, friend, you know that you have to face the many problems like a demand of readers, library budgets, and also face with the various committees like NAC, NBA. But if you've done some following activities, you can overcome our some difficulties. Make available resources of learning for anyone, for anywhere, for any time. That is the digitalization of learning resources. Formation of network libraries, formation of library consortia, taking a membership of library consortia, exchange and share library databases, establish and interlibrary loan services. I am not only just advice to you, but about activities, but first I done, then I said. We will link our library with Delnet and solve the many of these problems. Establish internal library loan services along with Delnet. Taking a membership of Procist, which is provided by Delnet, IEEE, SCM Digital Library, other consortia. I'm participated in the best practices for data sharing and data accessibility services of Delnet. It means merge our library database with Delnet database, expand scope of library through Delnet. All these activities done by my library. Due to this above activity, we have taken many outcomes from the Delnet services. For example, we are participated for the data sharing and data accessibility service, and that outcome is now my library is a part of national libraries. Since the library database is included in data Delnet data, it's store another standby services and backup, which can be created. Since this is my library databases, merge in Delnet database. Okay, not. For next one is some problem is not open the website. For helping the student and faculty, researcher, scholar, community, and own institution, as well as the Delnet member institution, we have merged our library books record more than 21,000 with the Delnet in Discord portal and got a appreciation certificate from Delnet. That is certificate got from Delnet. We would like to confirm that more than 21,000 books recorded of our library can access via Delnet on online services by 21/7. Through this service, our library is creating a web OPAC, so reader view their own library books catalog 24/7. In addition to this, we got appreciated certificate from Delnet, which is useful to show your best practices for NAC and ENB. To participate in this service, you should send your database to Delnet and Delnet merge your database into the own databases and provide you the appreciated certificate. Conclusion that Delnet help the college libraries and librarian to develop by participating in own work. So it can be said that each member of the library is contributed to the progress of Delnet. As we study the above library resources and services, we will notice the usefulness and scope of Delnet. So I think we should all have subscribed to these networks. Thank you, madam. Thank you. You are very much to respected ma'am and entire the Delnet team for giving me the opportunity to present my thoughts on this international platform by selecting the article on the occasion of 30th anniversary of Delnet. Madam, thank you. It was only possible because of your support and confidence. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milan. Very happy. I'm really truly appreciative. I'm feeling more delighted than you to have you, and you have spoken so well and you have inspired. I'm feeling truly inspired by listening to you, and this inspires us to keep on doing more and more. And very, very happy, and thank you so very much for being truly a very active librarian and contributing so immensely helping out your own users. That's what, we as a professionals are committed to do that. And I'm very much happy that you have been able to share your viewpoint with each one of us. And thank you so very much. And it's indeed an honor and pleasure. And also, while connecting, I was happy that you were about to show. I only wanted to say that you missed out mentioning A for Amravati in the end in your login. So that resulted into showing login incorrect, So, but never mind, those of our colleagues who are joined and those who are not the members, always we make it open for them. You can always write to us, and we will be very feeling happy enough to have a trial access activated for many of you. So thank you very much once again, Milind, and profound pleasure and privilege in having you with us today. And thank you for the wonderful work you and your entire team is doing, and also the entire management, the support that they have been offering to us. We are, much grateful. So thank you very much, Dr. Milind. Thank you very much. It's now an immense pleasure. I take very special pleasure in now welcoming Dr. Swati Barnabas, Librarian, Institute of Management Studies, Career Development and Research, Ahmednagar. And when I think of Dr. Swati and when I think of IMS CDR, this brings back, firstly, the wonderful memories of visiting the campus, the wonderful hospitality, and the wonderful one of the most enriched institution that we had seen contributing so much for not only for higher education in social service, that as an organization, the wonderful work being done at IMS CDR when we went in October, if I can recollect the date, Swati needs to check, 13th or 14th of October 2019. When we had organized that workshop in the physical environment. And I'm very much pleased to have Dr. Swati Barnabas here, whom I always find it as a very proactive and as a very highly energized, personality and a professional who is really doing a lot. And we take this opportunity also to truly admire and appreciate, Dr. Swati, your wonderful work that you are doing, being at the college and also in the region, the work that you are doing it. We are, much appreciative of that, and also the immense contribution that you have been contributing for enhancing the level of library services at the college, and also contributing for Delnet. That's evident from the fact that the institutional membership number, IM 927, and Dr. Swati has been there right from the very beginning. We have an association of nearly 17 years now with the college, and that speaks volumes of the collaboration that we have with IMS CDR and also with Dr. Swati. Very much pleased in introducing Dr. Swati, who has, to her credit, an experience of nearly 3 decades now. She has been, one of the most outstanding librarian, as I said earlier, as she has been bestowed with a number of awards, including AIMS Outstanding Librarian Award in 2019, Women Icons of Ahmednagar by Lokmat Group of Papers in 2022, for which we heartily congratulate you, each one of us. She also has been a recipient of B School Library Award of 2013. She has been contributing immensely as being a teaching faculty for bachelor's course in library science at Ahmednagar College, has been invited on various platforms, and she has worked with various academic, corporate, and special libraries. She has also visited the national universities and public libraries of Mauritius, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Goa, Calcutta, Chennai, Pune, and many more. And under her leadership, they have been organizing a large number of programs. She has, to her credit, more than 25 research papers, which got published in various international journals. It's a profound privilege in welcoming you, Dr. Swati, and let me also take this opportunity to once again thank you for your time and effort in sharing your wonderful insights through this write-up that you have contributed for this 30th year of Delnet. And it's a pleasure. We anxiously look forward now to hearing from you and requesting you to kindly share your opinion, your inputs about Delnet. Requesting you to please unmute yourself and requesting you to kindly address our attendees. It's over to you, Dr. Swati.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your kind words. A very good morning to all the dignitaries and my fellow professionals present here. I'm so glad to share with you my association with Delnet and the personal experience as a librarian. To begin with, sharing is a need-based activity of give and take. Library includes the material, functions, services, people, ideas, and money which can be described as resources. Networking of libraries is a cooperative endeavor which includes acquisition, processing, ICT usage, and human resources. It reduces the financial burden by the sharing of common resources. The efficiency and efficacy of libraries is measured by the services provided by them. Therefore, resource sharing fulfills the user's information needs in cost-effective manner and avoids duplication of materials and efforts. In India, during the late 1980s and 1990s, there was a movement to establish city and regional-based library networks. The Delnet Library Network was established and is playing a vital role in resource sharing. The technology-based services and the training program of Delnet enables the users and professionals to become acquainted with new resources and methods. Staff and users are being trained at their respective places about services and resources subscribed. Training at Delnet is a continuous activity for members of consortia libraries. Talking about IMS CDR and Learning Resource Center, that is the library, the BPHE Society's Institute of Management Studies was established in 1990 and it is a self-financed Christian minority institution. It is affiliated to Savitribai Phule Pune University, that is SPPU, and is re-accredited by a grade A+ by NAC in its second cycle. The institute is also a recipient of Best Institute Award from the same university, that's Savitribai Phule Pune University. The Learning Resource Center, that is library, is, as ma'am have already elaborated, that it is a recipient of the B School Library Award, and two of the library personnel are recipient of the Best Non-Teaching Library and Outstanding Librarian Award. Now let me share with you the symbiotic association of IMS CDR with Delnet, and our institute has signed the MOU with Delnet in 2010, and since then using all its services and facilities for library users. To start it point-wise, the first point would be the library is benefiting it from greatly and is finding it useful to all our users. Delnet is making available reading resources both in print and online forms, e-books, e-resources, theses and dissertations, online and offline by document delivery services. Delnet has been greatly useful in academic and research work. By providing bibliographic services, it helps in searching for reading resources and saves time as well as money. Many resources which are out of print and expensive ones are used by our library under interlibrary loan. The academic staff at Delnet is the most courteous and prompt in their job. The follow-up and the subsequent acknowledgement is very professionally done. The work ethics is fantastic, and especially Madam Sangeeta is a true example of leadership, leading from front. Delnet empowers the LIS professionals by conducting regional workshops all over the country on relevant topics to the LIS community, adequate skill sets, and continues to remain as one of the most prominent activity of Delnet. The regional management library like ours, that is at IMS, has benefited from it by getting familiarized with the current tools and technologies. Delnet's regional workshop is exclusively conducted to promote usage by libraries located in interior and remote places. Lectures by Delnet expert is very informative. With convincing approach, it highlights enhancing user satisfaction in libraries. The speakers are energetic with cheerful attitude and prominently willing to answer queries with utmost sincerity. The encouragement to local expertise to share their area of specialization on same platform is an added advantage. IMS was delighted to host Delnet's regional workshop with so much positive energy, personal touch, and warm hospitality. Delnet reciprocated by honoring the management members with memento and coordinator librarian with plaque and thereafter appreciation certificate. The recent best practice of Delnet, that is data sharing and accessibility, has significantly contributed in enhancing information sharing and accessibility of library resources with the users of member institutions. IMS Library has been uploading its collection data on Web OPAC since decade. On receiving an appreciation certificate, it made us feel very proud and worthy. It is assisting us to share and make optimum use of available member library resources for the benefit of IMS users. Delnet services and resources aid in gearing up the assessment by the nationalized accreditation body. It is needless to say that Delnet indeed is part and parcel in IMS Library's journey to the pedestal of achieving greater heights. In closing, I would like to thank Delnet and you all for taking time out and allowing me to share my views. Happy to be associated with Delnet. Wishing many more glorious years ahead. Thank you so much once again, ma'am, and thank you to everybody for having me over here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Swati. Much pleased and honored to have you. Thank you so very much indeed. And it's so wonderful and truly appreciative, truly appreciative. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We would now like to take you to the southern part of the country, to Tamil Nadu, from where we have Dr. N. Abdul Latif. I believe, though we had a very successful trial yesterday, we are waiting for him to log in, and I believe he's having some glitches, he's encountering at his place today, and we do hope that he should be able to make it, and as we eagerly would like to also hear from him. And now would like to request Mr. P. Ramu, the librarian at Muthayamal Engineering College. Mr. Ramu has joined us through the audio. He's not in the webcam, but if we don't see anything, it doesn't mean that it's not there. It's seeing the invisible is what has been the and that has been, as we all know, that's how the things have moved at Delnet in the last 30 years. The things which are seen is to be seen, but those which are not invisible, we also should have a capability to see that. And so we have Mr. P. Ramu, the librarian at Muthayamal Engineering College, who is there, and he's a librarian at Muthayamal Engineering and Autonomous College at Namakkal, with our membership number IM 460, and it's an association precisely of around 20 years. In 5th August, we are going to complete 20 years of our association, and I'm very much happy and pleased to inform that Mr. P. Ramu is again a very proactive librarian who is really doing a lot in promoting the Delnet resources and services, and we always find him who is quite sincerely trying to do his best to help out the user community. And we truly appreciate and acknowledge the association that we have with him and with the college authorities for past nearly 2 decades. It's a pleasure to welcome you, Mr. Ramu, and as we could notice that the proactiveness is shown everywhere in him, and he has unmuted himself without me asking him to unmute, and that's what I think we, the library and information science professionals, have to do. Well before we open an email or well before we see a user coming and asking us, we must know, we should have that, the quality of assessing what he's going to ask, or what is going to be there, in that email by just looking at that. So we truly appreciate this proactiveness of yours, Mr. Ramu, and I would like to stand between you and our attendees who may like to really hear from you. But it's indeed so wonderful to have you on this platform today. And we also take this opportunity to acknowledge all the wonderful association that we have been having with you and with Muthayamal Engineering College at Namakkal. It's over to you, Mr. Ramu.
Madam, good afternoon.
Very good afternoon.
Am I audible?
Yeah, very much audible. Very much audible. Yeah, please go ahead.
First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me on this 30th years of Delnet. Really, I wish Delnet for this 30th years of the fantastic growth, ma'am. I want to appreciate some of the Delnet resources and services provided by you. First of all, great books ignite imagination. Imagination leads to creativity. Creativity blossom thinking. Thinking provides knowledge. Knowledge makes you great. Said by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in 17th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking 2014, NACLIN in Pondicherry. Like this, organizing much convention and uniting knowledgeable resource person in the NACLIN is a good process for finding innovative ideas to our country. This is a great effort done by Delnet. Delnet was registered as a society in the year 1992 for the purpose of sharing library resources among the member institutions. It was initially supported by NISHAT, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Government of India. It was subsequently supported by National Informatics Center, Department of Information Technology, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Delnet is a boon for librarian to provide current innovative services to the faculty members and students. Honorable through Dr. H.K. Kaul, former director, said that libraries anywhere in the world have to pass through great deal of information transformation in this day and age in order to serve the user in best possible ways. He added that libraries are facing major challenge in archiving e-resources due to technological, manpower, financial and copyright restriction. He observed that the government of India and state government who spend billions of rupees on acquiring the digital contents should discuss with the publishers aggregator. As part of his desire, he has structured and designed the Delnet and made it as a boon for librarian. Something that is helpful and improves the quality of life is called boon. Delnet is a boon for librarians and providing effective service to satisfy the institution faculty members and students. Librarians and institution faculty members and students can find following documents by using username and password, which are 3,52,65,440 union catalog of printed books, 1,04,569 union list of journals, 20,235 union catalog of journals, 11,24,250 articles databases records, 61,750 union list of CD-ROMs, 7,32,753 database of thesis and dissertation, 6,000 union list of video recordings, 1,025 union list of sound recordings. This is an extraordinary service of Delnet for the students and faculty community. So when students and faculty members are approached the librarian for the purpose of research-oriented activity, librarian is able to find and provide the right information at the right time to the right users through Delnet. Hence, Delnet is a boon for librarian to provide effective services to the staff and students. Document delivery service. This is one of the best services provided by Delnet. In this document delivery service, our 15 members of Muthayamal Engineering College research scholars requested Delnet impact factor journals and articles through the central library and have benefited by using this document delivery service. It was very motivational service to the research scholar. They were very happy and expressed that this is excellent service of Delnet. Interlibrary loan. It is also a very excellent service provided by Delnet. In this interlibrary loan, our 62 faculty members have benefited by requesting Delnet through me. When the faculty members required prescribed rare and reference books for the purpose of coursework, they approach central library and the librarian request Delnet and provide the right book at the right time. Because of this ILL service, many of the students got excellent reference. So Delnet is a boon for library and its services. Library software support. In the year 2013, one of the Muthayamal Engineering College BE student requested DLS software for his project and he used it and he submitted successfully. Workshop at Koha. Delnet has been organizing seminar and workshop from the year 1999 for the librarian and academician to enhance the knowledge of the libraries and library resources. It also conducts workshop and seminar programs. It is another milestone for librarian to learn Del Plus software, Koha and Delnet resources and services. I attended Koha workshop on 30th January 2012 held at Sri Krishna College of Engineering and Technology in association with Delnet. In that workshop, I learned about Koha, library open source software, and it was very amazing experience for me and using some of the technique for the Koha in our institution installed software. It was indispensable opportunity for me to learn the Koha. National Convention. It is also appreciable services provided by Delnet. Delnet has been organizing National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking from 1998 to 2021. This NACLIN is organized every year with Smooth by Delnet, supported and sponsored by universities, central government research institutes, and private reputed publishers like RRRLF, ICSSR, DRDO, ICCR, Cengage Learning, Infotech Group, Taylor and Francis Group. This is appreciable one to bring out the knowledge of academicians through this convention. Also in this conventional, innumerable librarians participated and presented their innovative ideas and observed many of the latest technology of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and Internet of Things. So Delnet plays a vital role in the libraries. Webinar program. Delnet also providing many webinar program to their member institution. It is essential for each and every academic institution. During this COVID pandemic period, Delnet gave fabulous service to the member institution to access the Delnet resources 24/7. Also, we had excellent moment that was webinar organized for our students and staff members on Delnet resources and services in association Delnet on 11th August 2021 and 8th September 2021. This webinar organized with Delnet is at free of cost. Dr. Sankita Kal had given excellent presentation on Delnet and observed our expectation of Delnet. She presented webinar effectively in her busy schedule and explained each and every sources and services of the Delnet. So Delnet plays important role in our institution. E-resources of the Delnet. In the new discovery portal, we can find out knowledge gainer portal, e-books, e-journal, e-thesis, dissertation, language learning portal, rare books, manuscripts, other online databases, and other links for references. By the knowledge gainer portal, librarian can find the available status of full text, e-journal, full text articles, full text e-books, e-thesis, etc. So librarian is able to find e-books, e-journal article and guide the students and staff members to learn from Delnet. Around 3,340 members of our Muttayamal Engineering College students and faculty members have accessed Delnet Discovery Portal and accessed e-books and e-journal from 11 January 2017 to till date. It is an excellent achievement for our institution from Delnet. Language Learning Portal. In the Language Learning Portal, top 5 language learning apps are there for learning app, which Duolingo, Memrise, HelloTalk, Babbel, and Bushu. So students can go to Delnet website and learning foreign languages easily. E-books. In this e-book collection, 10,685 e-books are available in 709 categories. The e-books categories are arranged as per autobiographies, biographies of scientists, writers, poets, philanthropists, economists, social reformists, freedom fighters, business leaders are available as soft copies. Also, engineering, arts and science, medical and agriculture e-books categories are available. They are classified as per subject wise and given in the e-books collection is very amicable. Its hierarchy system is so good to visit. It also easily understandable to view and read e-books collection. Our engineering students are very interesting to read autobiography books and engineering books. Our final year students visited Delnet website and took some reference from e-books. E-journals.
Mr. Ramu, could you please, I'm sorry for intruding, but I'm extremely sorry for the intrusion. Could you please quickly summarize it? because we have a number of other colleagues. As we know, it's a working day and everyone has been able to take out time, being there. So I would
Yes,
appreciate if you make just
ma'am, I am
give
closing.
your
I am closing, ma'am.
concluding words.
I am closing.
Hmm.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is
Sorry for this.
okay. This is amazing idea of Delnet to bring every resources into single platform of Delnet. By this data resource sharing, librarians and academicians are able to find text, references, and rare books and journals available across the country through Delnet, and able to get hard copy and soft copy of the records according to their needs. By this practice, librarian can easily access the required copy to concerned institution users, save the time of the readers, and library is a growing of organism. Fourth and fifth law of Dr. S.R. Ranganathan laws have come true, as Delnet have moved towards digital contents by providing knowledge discovery portal with the motto of right information at the right time to the right users. So we are so proud of being institutional members of Delnet. And this nice opportunity, I once again, I wish Delnet for this 30th years of this good celebration and good growth. Thank you so much for this best opportunity, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rumbanandri, Mr. Ramo. Thank you so very much. And indeed, we are also so very proud and happy to have Muthaimal Engineering College and to have your association with Delnet, which we always admire. Thank you so very much for such a very exhaustive deliberation about the use of Delnet at Muthaimal Engineering College, and also for being as a professional, how you have been getting benefited. Thank you very much. It's now a pleasure for me to introduce you all to firstly to welcome Dr. N. Abdul Latif, the librarian at Islamia College in Autonomous Venyambadi in Tamil Nadu. We take immense pleasure in welcoming you, Dr. Latif. Thank you very much for joining, and we are very happy that at last we have managed to get a connection established, and much happy to have you with us today. And I'm very much happy to inform all our attendees that Dr. Abdul Latif N, who is currently a librarian at Islamia College in Baniambadi since 2013, almost for last 9 years. He has been as a librarian at the college. Prior to it, he served as a librarian at most prestigious medical institution, Christian Medical College and Hospital since 1997 till 2011. He is one of the, we could see from his profile that he has immensely been contributing a large number of his journal articles to various international and national journals, for which we really would like to congratulate you and appreciate your efforts that you are doing. He also, Dr. Latif, has been bestowed with the National Best Librarian Award in 2018 by the Madras Library Association. Let me also share with you that Islamia College Autonomous Venyambadi, with the membership number 4400, has been a member of Delnet since 2012. 4th August 2012, college has been a member of Delnet, and which we truly always greatly acknowledge. Pleasure in requesting now Dr. Latif to kindly share his views. And I believe, Dr. Latif, you may like to share your screen. Shall I give you a control?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good morning to everyone. First of all, I will thank the Delnet team, especially Dr. Sankita Kaul, ma'am, whose contributions, everything is read out by Mr. Ramu, I think. Who point by point he highlighted the Delnet. Everything is he highlighted, ma'am. So nothing to left to. So one of the thing is the drill bit. One of the software I highlighted in that article. Who calls me? They have presented. So it's right time launched that drill bit software, ma'am. Very nice. And I also request at this juncture to initiate the research projects of different kinds of like DST and other UGC grants commissions projects. You come, you bring out in this in your portal. It will be very useful for the research scholars and for other research faculty members. So at this juncture, I would like to thank the I would like to, nothing is left by Ramu, who everything is highlighted. In our college, ma'am, particularly, I have studied about that Delnet usage. Some of the points I would like to highlight. It is observed that UG and PG students are mostly accessing ebooks portal, ma'am, from new discovery portal. And in case of e-journal and dissertations, UG and PG students prefer secondary resources. And the study also reveals that the most of the research scholars using thesis and e-journal portal for their research work. On the other hand, that PhD research scholars 90% they are accessing the thesis dissertation portal and the ebooks portal. Apart from that, our faculty members very much utilizing the rare books and the dissertation portal. So some of the inputs, ma'am, this is the important points. So I would like to thank the Sankita ma'am for giving me this opportunity to highlight the Delnet. I wish you success for the in future endeavor also. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lateef. Thank you very much. And thank you for highlighting about these research projects. And I believe, though we have not disclosed it anywhere, but let me share with you that we have already started working on this. And this is to inform all our LIS fraternity, our member institutions, because there has been a need felt that we should have a research projects, which are being submitted to the various ministries. And our researcher scholars, definitely it would be a helping hand to them, because they may like to know that what are the various institutions wherein there are specific grants, research grants which are being given, and also to make available those research projects, because even for their own research work, they really want to, have an access to it. So it's like creating a major portal, which gives them, a kind of, it's like a linking up, it's creating a very specialized portal of the various research projects, and not simply of India, even we can have it from across. And for the research grants, the students wants to go somewhere and wants to, avail of the grants which are available. So we are in the process of doing that. So thank you very much, and much appreciative of this inputs from you. And we are on to it. We are on to it, Dr. Lateef, and I would be very happy even to further have interactions with you on this. So thank you very much indeed. And thank you for, sharing your inputs. And as you have said, Mr. Ramu has, he has tried to highlight many things, on this platform. So, but you have also very rightly pointed it out, couple of near things, and also about the utilization of Delnet at Islamia College. So much thankful to you, and yours has been one of the quite a detailed article which you have submitted, so for which we remain truly appreciative. More than 700 questionnaires that he has sent across to his members in the college. And your effort, we greatly acknowledge and appreciate your effort that you have done. So thank you very much, Dr. Lateef, once again. Now we would like to, thank you very much. Now we would like to get connected with Dr. S.A. Muthubharati, the Librarian Nifty College of Knitwear Fashion at Tirupur, Tamil Nadu. And he is there. Mr. Muthubharati, we have been requesting him he was here. I think he was here since morning, but right now we are not able to see him around. Right now I'm not able to see him. I believe we would see that he logs in back. We do pretty hope that he would log in back, so that we don't want to miss out an opportunity not to have interactions with him. So we really hope that I'm requesting my colleague, to ensure he is there, as in Mr. Muthubharati. I'm making you as a presenter. Wait for a second. You have logged in separately, Mr. Muthubharati. This is for you, Mr. Muthubharati. Just switch on your webcam, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Your email is open, so you have to. Mr. Muthubharati.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please? I have switched off your webcam, you please kindly open the presentation file if you have, or if you want to speak, because your webcam contains you have done. Just 1 second. Mr. Muthuparthi.
It is, yes, ma'am, it is muted from your side.
No. It's on from our side. You just kind of switch it on. It's on from our side.
Okay, ma'am. It's already open, ma'am.
I think you have not many of your colleagues around in your place, in your room. Would it be possible, request on our behalf that we would like to hear you right now, and they should hear us, to all of us.
Yes, ma'am.
So would it be
Yes,
possible for you to kindly, please kindly. Yeah, over to you, Mr. Muthuparthi. Your webcam, I'm not able to. It's not on. Please kindly, Mr. Muthuparthi, Dr. Muthuparthi, requesting you, because I believe there is some issue with your webcam. I have pleasure in informing you that Dr. Muthuparthi is a librarian at Nifty College of Knitwear Fashion at Tirupur. And he holds, more than 17 years of experience in the library field. I'm also very happy to share with you that he's also an author, who has authored nearly 24 books, all in Tamil language, containing even short stories. And also would like to tell that he's among one of the very few library professionals who have also mentioned he has authored a travelogue of the his NACLIN experiences. He has got many awards and appreciations, and he's closely working with a large number of social organizations as a social service. He's doing it, also giving awareness talks on road safety in schools and colleges. And he's also a motivational speaker, participated in various All India radio and TV debate shows and discussions. So it's a pleasure now, Dr. Muthuparthi, to, requesting you to kindly share your views. Over to you, Dr. Muthuparthi.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all. Available in the website now. First of all, I thank Delnet and all the staff members for the opportunity given to me. This is for me and CPD, that continuous professional development. That means the upskilling of the staff. It may happen from both sides. Even the staff likes also the management or the institution, also they have to support. Otherwise, no progress in the library information science professionals as well as the library activities. So, after attending the Delnet programs, especially the NACLIN 2017, I developed my professional abilities by servicing in my own places, and as well as increasing my skills regarding services to the library society. Okay. Then after attending the NACLIN 2017, that is my first interaction with the Delnet people. So a lot of scholars from all over the India, they came and given their talks, they delivered their professional experiences. So I gathered many ideas from that NACLIN convention, national convention. So after that, I came here and approached the management and our head of the institution for installing many things. First, as well, installation of CCTV, then starting newsletter, that is for the benefit of the students, students magazine. So recently on the Yoga Day, International Yoga Day, June 21st June, we released the 9th issue of the student magazine. So like that, we are utilizing whatever the ideas we are getting from the Delnet for the improvement of the institution as well as the professionals. Then, and I got an idea from the scholar, those who are speaking in the NACLIN convention. We have to enhance our skills by joining the NPTL and doing some certificate courses. So after hearing that idea, I joined NPTL and got 2 certificate courses also. Then developing the technical, the teaching skills also, they insist in some of the scholar, those who are deliver his speech in the NACLIN. So I got a chance to taking a EVS subject for the UG degree students. Then regarding the Delnet e-resource services, we have to be conveyed to all our college staff. So we need to give the orientation. So whatever the staff available, they are coming to the library. I used to give their, then I share the Delnet user guide to all the staff members' individual mail IDs. Like that, we are giving the orientation about the Delnet to all the staff members. Even the students approach when if their requirement book is not available in our library, we are giving the guidance to search in the Delnet portal how we can download in that also. Like that. Then regarding this upskill means, most of the library professionals, why they are not interested in doing the upskill means their management or the working place, they are not encouraging the staff also. This is the reason most of the LIS professionals not interested in updating themselves as well as the system they followed in their working place. Usually we are telling, no, for clapping we need both hands. Like that, for developing the reading habit, the reader's developments, there is a role of employer and employee is important. So even though library professionals interested means, there is another side of support given from the management or the institutions. Okay. Even though compared to other departments, so library is not giving much monetary benefit to the institution or the management. So they are not giving much importance to the library professionals. This is usually happen all over the place. Some of them are understanding the importance of library and giving the importance to the library developments also. In the aspects of Delnet, then I started to some separate WhatsApp group for the convenient to the readers. We have to update to them, even the staff and students, regarding the new arrivals of the library. Then we insisted the staff members also utilizing the interlibrary loan ILL, and a few times we are utilized in the Delnet also. Then on many ideas, knowledges, then formalities, then meeting proceedings, everything, most of the things I learned from the Delnet online and offline programs. So after attending, the NACLIN convention, I developed myself and I implemented many things our institution and got appreciation from management and the head of the institution. Then I much appreciate to the Sangeeta madam and all other Delnet staff for their strenuous effort to conduct, even whether it is in the offline or online event. They are continuously given the mail for the remainder of enroll for first registration of the event. Then they are giving the daily reminder for don't forget, we have to join in the webinar on correct time, and giving the instruction of everything, the formalities and all. So this is and all what I got. This is also a learning ability I am getting from the Delnet. Once again, I thank Delnet for my professional development as well as the institute development. CPD, in the sense of continuous professional development programs, are definitely upskilling, reskilling, and preparing library information science professionals like me, not only for the present scenario, and it is also helpful for the future also. So I'm much thankful to the Delnet and all their staffs and all over the India, those who are enrolling in this event now. And thanks for the opportunity given to me. Thanks one and all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muthu. Thank you so much. Indeed, so wonderful to hear from you, and very, very happy, though we missed out seeing you today. We have been able to see you yesterday in the trial session, but we missed out seeing you today. But never mind, you have been very, very kind in sharing your wonderful input. So thank you very much. Now we would like to take you all to the wonderful, wonderful state of Rajasthan. And firstly, would like to mention and to Mrs. Sunita ji, a long-time colleague and a wonderful professional colleague with whom we have such an everlasting relation for large number of years altogether, for enormous weight that you have to do. And the reason has been because this entire list of the speakers is arranged on the basis of the alphabetically by their institution name. So Purnima University, that's how, it has got little more delayed, but we must really acknowledge the support that the university has been offering to Delnet, and more importantly, your own support that you have been offering to Delnet. And I must say that Mrs. Sunita Parekh, being a chief librarian at Purnima University in Jaipur, we always find her among those who would keep on giving us the wonderful suggestions that we always expect our professional colleagues to give us. She's always there and very, very much open in discussing about it, conveying that what are the things that the gap areas which are there, what we should try to, improve on further. And that's what we really, truly admire. So we are truly appreciative. We are much thankful and grateful to you, Sunita ji, for the enormous support that you have been extending to us as our own library professional colleague. And also let me take this opportunity to thank the authorities at Purnima University, which has been a member of Delnet as 4424 membership number. It's again in August, we are going to have a completion of 10 years of our association with Purnima University. But with you, we have been having a very long time relation. I think it's more than 20 years that I'm able to remember it. We always greatly admire and appreciate, the support that you have been extending. Would like to now request Mrs. Sunita Parekh ji to kindly address each one of us. So over to you, Sunita ji.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Team Delnet, Sangeeta ma'am, and all dignitaries and library professionals. Thanks for giving the opportunity. Knowledge increased by sharing, but not by saving. Delnet is the best example of the same. First of all, I would like to congratulate Delnet for completing 30 successful years. Secondly, Delnet has awarded the prestigious IIP Award for Excellence in Public Services. Delnet is a major resource sharing library network in India, connecting 7,630 libraries in India, 7607 and 23 outside India. It aims to collect, store, disseminate information besides offering computerizing services to users to coordinate effort for suitable collective development and also reduce unnecessary duplication whenever possible. As we know, Delnet have so many resources. I'm sharing my experience with Delnet. During COVID period, suddenly lockdown called. It was very difficult for our user how to study. We have not subscribed any ebooks. This time, Delnet resources helped our student and was so helpful with remote access of its resources. Our students did not face any problem to access Delnet resources because we had aware our students during our library orientation and we share remote access with our students. One more thing every librarian can do with Delnet, they can classify their library with the help of database available on Delnet. We also did the same. One experience I would also like to share with you. Our institute NBA team visited and they asked me about ebooks. I show them the Delnet ebooks. They asked me, no, how you will get them download. I show them the procedure. They were very happy and surprised. So thanks Delnet and thanks Sangeeta ma'am for helping us. At last, I would like to congratulate completing 30 years Delnet and thanks team Delnet and Sangeeta ma'am for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Sunita ji. We must thank you for all your efforts and all for your, it's not only for today's association, but the association that we have been having, the support that we have been receiving always. It is something that we always count on our member institutions. And I think this is for everyone to remember that you are the ones who always inspires us to keep on doing and to keep on doing our best. And it's all because of you that we are able to do what we are able to. So thank you so very much, Sunita ji. And once again, truly appreciative and much grateful to you for your enormous support to us. And we really mean that.
Thanks,
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Sunita. Thank you very much. Thanks indeed. Now we would like to take you again to Tamil Nadu, Chennai, wherein we have Dr. M. Sivakami, the senior librarian, and Mrs. M. Sajita, the assistant librarian at Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, Chennai, are one of our, again, very old member institution of Delnet, IM 298, which we put together joined 20 years ago. It's more than 20 years now, 31st of January 2002, the college joined as a member with the membership number IM 298. It's a proud privilege now for me to request Dr. N. Sivakami, the senior librarian, again with whom we have got such a long time association. This brings back the wonderful memories of visiting their prestigious college in Chennai and organizing a workshop way back somewhere around 2012 that we had organized our workshop with the college. So it's a pleasure now for me to request Dr. N. Sivakami, the senior librarian, and also Mrs. M. Sajita, who has been very kind in contributing their writer for the publication. So it's over to you, Dr. Sivakami, requesting you to please unmute yourself. Yes, though I miss out, we missed you seeing today. We have been able to see you yesterday at the trial, but we are not able to see. But never mind, we would be very happy to hear from you. So it's over to you, to Dr. Sivakami and to Mrs. M. Sajita. Over to you, please.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
It's audible, ma'am? Hello.
Dr. Sivakami. Yeah, it is very much audible, Dr. Sivakami. It's audible.
Good morning to one and all present here in the portal. It's my pleasure to share my views, and I am happy to wish the 30th birthday for Delnet. I think it's a 30th birthday. We can many more returns of the day. Delnet started in the year 1988 as a Delhi library network with very few members. Now it's grown to like a banyan tree. In Tamil, one saying is that அருகு போல் வேர் விட்டு ஆள் போல் தலைக்க வேண்டும். It means root like a grass and spread like a banyan tree. I hope Delnet have extended its network like that, like a banyan tree with 7,630 members in India and outside India. Delnet, as said by the president of Delnet, networking is the prerequisite for the development of knowledge society. Delnet is one such pioneer network in India, started in the year 1988. It's for getting the best information is difficult for the individual nowadays, because information is growing like anything. Delnet extends its hand to help the users to access the information in the right time. It's bridging the gap between the information growth and the individual library, and also it's reduced the financial burden of individual library. The speakers, those who have spoken to before me, have said all the services rendered by Delnet. We, Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, also tasted all the services rendered by Delnet. I'm happy to share that. I hope if I share my personal experience with the Delnet, it will be very interesting for the participants. In the year 2012, we have organized a workshop with Delnet in our campus. Nearly more than 200 participants, library professionals were participated in that event. Our management was very happy to see that much crowd for a library network programming, and they have appreciated us and also the Delnet. for their service. And also, I would like to share one more experience. Even project reports of our students submitted by our final year students, we have shared with Delnet. I'm wondered for our students project was referred by outside people. It's a very appreciation for our institution. And also we have shared the Tamil language book with the member library. When I received a request from Delnet, I was wondered. I replied, "It's the language of book is Tamil." They said they are wanting that book, so we are happy to share that book. For every research, fundamental information is very important. So for that, our research scholars have very suffered to get the fundamental information during that time. Out of print books also we can get from Delnet through ILL as a document delivery service. I'm very happy to share all this, my experience with Delnet. Thank you for the opportunities given by Sangeeta ma'am. It's my pleasure to present my experience with all the participants. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sivakame. It's indeed so wonderful and to have you, and thank you so much. This has really brought back the wonderful memories of the yesteryears, and you have very nicely pointed out two major facets, and that was not being highlighted earlier, and I'm really thankful to you for that. And for that, Delnet is working very closely, as I mentioned earlier also. And one of the things is the multilingual content. As later in the day today, we are going to deliberate and going to speak about it, because the two major portals on which even Delnet is now working on, the Vision portal and the Desire portal, our major focus is definitely going to be on the regional content also, in addition to the English language, which is already being covered in our databases. And as you have pointed it out, in our Discovery portal now, any language that you talk about, if it has been cataloged in that particular script, one can fetch the records using that. And you have and the request, we do receive the request, as you have also said, like we asked you for a book in Tamil. Yes, this and even at times it happens that the user may not be able to read the book themselves, and when they look for someone to translate, and we do help, we do approach then our libraries, we do approach our own professional colleagues, helping them out in translating a particular, a page or 5 pages out of a book. So that's also yet another facet of the reach to the multilingual content, the regional content. And this is also in line with the requirements of NEP. And so as now we are also working, and at a larger scale in ensuring that we are able to provide through Delnet a wide variety of resources, and that too not just simply in English, but also in many of the other regional and vernacular languages. So we are onto it, and we are very happy. And other thing that you have also pointed it out is about the project reports. And yes, this is why we have launched this best practices initiative for enabling, for enhancing data sharing and data accessibility, because access to information is one, and then discovering the information to make it discovered that yes, someone has got this. We should not assume that who may be requiring it. There would be many takers subjected to, firstly, let it be visible. So the visibility of the resources is very important, because ultimately this is also leading to the visibility of the institution, and most importantly, it leads to the visibility and credibility of the library. We do come across our scholars to whom maybe perhaps 20 years, 21 years ago, we had helped them out in reaching out to a book, and they do remember what they remember. It's not that just they remember Delnet, They also remember which specific library they had procured that particular book through Delnet. So that's what we are really determined, and we are working to make each of our library and each of our professionals to feel more empowered and more inspired in being a part of this wonderful network of libraries. And we are committed to do that. So thank you very much, Dr. Sibakami. And now we are inching towards approaching the speaker of our this morning and this afternoon. Now the morning has turned into an afternoon, and we could see Dr. Dharani Agrapur, the librarian at Vishaka Government Degree and PG College for Women, Vishakhapatnam. Very much happy in introducing Dr. Dharani to each one of you, and to also inform that the college joined as a member on 31st of October 2020, membership number 8362. But yes, again, Dr. Dharani is someone whom we always find her very, very proactive, and she is always someone who is ready to share her views, her viewpoints, and we are very happy to have you today with us, Dr. Dharani, and I'm sorry that it took us not much of time in coming to you, but we always feel connected, and thank you so much for contributing your write-up for the publication, and I take pleasure now in requesting you to kindly share your insights. Over to you, Dr. Dharani. Dr. Dharani, it's not audible. It's not audible. I'm sorry, it's not audible, Dr. Dharani. Just let me again unmute you. Say no audio. What has happened? Just check the jack, because it shows it's connected. Check the jack. This is what the technology is all about. When you require it, it has a tendency to give up. We had such a wonderful discussion with her yesterday. Dr. Dharani, I think, it is some issue coming up. It shows that you are connected. What I request you is, we have to conduct one poll. So you, in the meantime, try to connect through your mobile device, okay? Through the mobile, Dharani, connect through mobile, so at least audio we can do, okay? In the meantime, we are doing a poll, and then you log in through the mobile phone, okay? I think some problem in the system right now. So use the mobile and connect through that, okay? Perfect. Let it be like this. Use your mobile device. Perfect. And we would like to make it sure that we listen to you. So we won't let you go. We really want to hear you. Use the mobile. Use the mobile phone. Mobile phone. Dharani, mobile. Use it. Connect using the mobile phone. Okay. So this is, it does happen, in the online modes. And so what we would like to now do is, till the time Dr. Dharani, she logs in, I'm requesting my colleague to call her up and to ask her to log in using a mobile phone. We shall just do that. And in the meantime, we would like to get some inputs from each one of you. And this is through the polls. Very quickly, we would like to launch this poll. And the poll, it's getting now onto your screen. And the question reads, do you think that Delnet has contributed significantly in enhancing the knowledge sharing and knowledge accessibility? We just request you, please kindly come forward and give us your candid feedback about it. We just would like to request you, please ensure that a large number of you come forward in voting for this, because we would really like to get your inputs. So please kindly do so as quickly as you can, so that we can post our next question. 15% of you have voted. We request you all, please come forward in giving us your feedback on the question, which is getting flashed on your screens. This is to request each one of you, please come forward in giving us your feedback. the message, the question is getting flashed on your screens, and please give us your candid feedback about it. And the question is getting flashed. Do you think that Delnet has contributed significantly in sharing and spreading knowledge through its resource sharing activities? So requesting you all to please kindly. So now the next question goes, and if yes, in your view, what has been the impact of Delnet on librarians, academic and research community? So requesting you, please kindly give us your feedback on this. If yes, in your view, what has been the impact of Delnet on librarians, academic and research community? So you have got 4 options, and you can please kindly give us your feedback, as we would like to get the inputs from you. Requesting our attendees today, please do come forward in giving your feedback, whatsoever way that you have whatever are your viewpoints. Just be frank enough in letting us know about it, because we would truly be appreciative of getting a feedback from you, and we would like to use this opportunity, as this always remains as a guiding force for us. So thank you very much for the input. Here goes the third question. And the third question is, do you feel that Delnet is providing an affordable and equitable access to library information resources, fulfilling UN SDG goals? As one of the goals of the UN SDG is providing an affordable access to information, and as majority of you may be knowing with the fact that Delnet has not increased its membership fee for the past 21 years, and it's a self-reliant, it's a self-sustainable model. There is no external fundings which are coming in. It's a self-sustainable model. So we just want to request you to give us your feedback on this. Requesting each one of you, whatever way that you feel, express your opinion. It's a very humble request to each one of you. Whatsoever you feel, you just mention about it, and we would be really feeling happy and delighted that if you can give us the most candid feedback, the most frank, and the frank opinion about the way that you feel about a particular aspect that we are trying to find out. So thank you very much for this. Let me just ask you one more question. We do have 2 more questions in this. How would you like to rate the Delnet programs, basically for our continuing education programs that we are having it? The question is getting splashed on the screen, and the question is, how would you like to rate Delnet webinars, online programs for upskilling, reskilling, and preparing LIS professionals for the future? You have got 4 options: excellent and outstanding, very good, good, not up to expectations. So we request you, please kindly, whatever, again, the way that you feel about, give us your feedback. Let us know how do you react to this, that how far these webinars and the programs that we are holding, they have been able to contribute towards upskilling, reskilling, and preparing LIS professionals, our very own professionals, for the future. So thank you so very much once again for this. I would be having 1 or 2 more questions. Yes, I have a last question for the session. And the question is, do you think that Delnet has been transforming, empowering, and inspiring libraries and LIS professionals? And the question is getting shown on the screen. Do you think that Delnet has been, it's a 30th year for Delnet, it's a 30th birthday for Delnet. So we would like to know, and I know for sure that number of, of our professional colleagues today have been associated for even more than 25, 26 years. And we feel truly blessed that you have, we have all of you with us here on this platform today. right from the very inception. Each and every connection means a lot for us, and we truly greatly feel honored to have each and every one of you with us in this mission of networking libraries. So the question is, do you think that Delnet has been transforming, empowering, and inspiring libraries and LIS professionals? Requesting you, and we feel truly humbled enough to receive this response, wherein all of you have opted. We truly feel humbled. This has been, I think, the most humblest moment for me to see. It's humbling enough to see that it's a unanimously everyone has been of the opinion that yes, Delnet has been transforming, empowering, and inspiring libraries and LIS professionals. And let me take this opportunity to also convey that we remain highly determined, we remain highly committed to ensure that we keep on having this wonderful journey of empowering libraries and inspiring professionals. And let me also convey to you that each one of you contributes significantly. We would not have been able to come this far without your immense support and collaboration. It's a network. It's a net-like structure which works, and it's not the static only libraries. It is the libraries are the most vibrant entities, and each one of you, as our own professionals, as our researchers, scholars, students, institutional administrators, everyone has been contributing it in a very marvelous, in a very remarkable manner, and that has contributed to the growth of Delnet in these 30 years. And we really look forward to the same in the days and the years to come. So thank you so very much indeed for this. So we are through with the polls still of the session, and quickly would now like to do our best to get connected with I believe I'm not able to see her, Dr. Dharani. Let me just see if she has logged in from somewhere else. Just allow me a time. Dr. Dharani, I'm requesting you, please unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I have unmuted myself, ma'am. Ma'am, I have unmuted myself, madam.
Yeah, you may kindly now, you may speak. You may speak now. You can, because I believe the webcam, just give me a minute. Just give me a minute, please. Yes, I'll just try to see. Give me a minute, yeah. Dr. Dharani, just for a second, because we are just trying to see. Yeah, you may speak now, Dr. Dharani.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I'm sending you a webcam request. I have sent you. Just accept that request.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, madam.
We are not able to see you. Anyhow, I think Dr. Dharani, you may kindly. No, we are not able to see you. It's a yes. Now you are there. So perfect. So very perfect. Very happy. Please.
Yes, madam. I'm there, madam.
Yeah, please.
Ma'am,
so I request you to express it. No problem. Please kindly. This is what this is being innovative. So please.
Yes, ma'am.
We look forward to it.
At the outset, madam, I congratulate our madam, Dr. Sangeeta Kaur, madam, for taking Delnet into limelight. For our 2 years association with Delnet, we have taken membership. I have learned many things, and I shared that information to our staff members, madam, who have really no knowledge about plagiarism. Madam, the online webinars, the data sharing, madam, we have shared our records with Delnet, and we have received the certificate of appreciation from you, madam, and we have posted it in our library web page, madam, as an achievement for our website, madam. And that is really a blessing for us, madam. No far, that means no, madam, sky is not the limit, madam, to the services you do, and it is always a blessing for us. We learn many things, madam, from your side, and you touch every professional both in India and abroad, madam. And through Delnet, we have the experience to listen to their work experience and their ideas, ma'am, and that is only possible under your capable leadership, madam. 2 years association with Delnet, no ma'am, it really has a great impact on me, madam. Otherwise, we would have been in one corner. We have subscribed it and we are just sitting idly for students to use it, madam. Especially PG students, no madam, they require any book on optics. I showed them resource sharing, interlibrary loan, madam, and they have been very happy, madam. They found that it is available in Maharashtra library, madam, and through that service, no ma'am, I asked madam what is the password, because no madam, once we receive your letter, no madam, we safely keep it in the library record, madam. But at the outset, immediate answer was received from you, madam, on the letter that internet library loan service and password is mentioned on the first page of the membership letter, madam. And we have one MOU with you, madam, our library. At the same time, madam, resource sharing, madam, digital divide, quality information to our students, madam. Most especially PG students are really having a benefit, madam. I give them every time orientation class, madam. Whenever they join, they don't join all at once, madam. That's why, madam, whenever they come to the library, I first take them, show Delnet. I have included Delnet website in our library webpage, madam. And I told them, ma'am, you don't need to go anywhere. Unique uniform user ID and password is given, and that is very easy to remember. And all of you can access it. You can share it with your madams, because our government college has resources which are financial crunch, madam. In such a state, our principal madam has really gone forward to take membership from Delnet, madam, databases and e-resources knowledge gainer portal, madam. Some students, no madam, they really have the urge to learn new languages, madam. Oh, they're very happy, madam. Oh, we can learn Spanish, we can learn German. They were really happy, madam. The video lectures, the grammar, they're poor in English, madam, but still they're making their effort to touch those your resources, madam, and they're able to learn and navigate on their own, madam. I told them once, madam, if you have any doubt, please come and feel free to ask me, students. I will help you, madam. 2 or 3 times they come, but many a times they are able to manage on their own, madam. So I am happy that they're able to easy to navigate, madam. Delnet website is easy to navigate, madam. At the same time, vast resources of e-books, e-journals is in their hand, madam, through Delnet database, madam. The resource sharing, they're very thrilled of seeing the college name mentioned in the resource sharing, and principal madam was so thrilled, madam. Delnet has really recognized our college. No government college has gone to such an extent. So very amazing, madam has done a really amazing service. Madam used to tell my principal madam. And I thank you, madam. Long live Delnet. Jai Hind to Delnet, madam. At the outset, I thank you, madam, for many more programs. We always look forward every month, madam. What is the next online webinar you will conduct? When should we enroll, madam? And if it is not seen that month, it is a dull month, madam. No webinar. Oh, no webinar. It is dull. Because of NAC, we are running with time, madam, but we attend that webinar, madam. We make it a point to attend the webinar, madam, and only for 1 hour, madam, 3 to 4, madam. That hour we spare for our professional development, madam. At the same time, again, we get back to our network, madam. And you have kind enough to give me an additional opportunity, madam. You sent the mail on 4th May, madam, and I was such a fool, madam. I didn't notice it, madam. On the last day, overnight, I sat down and I wanted to write, madam, and I wrote it, madam, and I sent the abstract, madam. And I was in a half-conscious mind at 2:30 in the night. I sent again. You sent the communication. That letter was abstract. Nothing was attached, madam. Then I noticed, madam, I have not done my duty. Again, I sent it, madam, and it was accepted. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the support, madam. We are really happy to have you as a director of Delnet, madam, and we appreciate. Long live Delnet. God really blesses you, madam. Through your services, our students are really having the benefit, madam, to refer to e-books, e-resources like e-journals, madam, and e-thesis, madam. Even staff members are really happy, madam. They are able to access the e-thesis and dissertation, madam. And thank you, madam, for giving me this opportunity, madam, to share my views on Delnet. And our library association with Delnet, it will continue, madam. It will not stop, madam. We will learn many things, madam.
They won't let it.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Dharani. It was no words. I'm feeling entirely speechless, and you really have so much of, a passion I'm able to see to help out the users. And that's what is the quality which we really, really want to, it should just get into each and every professional should speak and should imbibe, those great passion, to serve the user. It's we have to remember that we are into a library and information. It's not only a science. This S also stands for a service. It's a library and information service, and the service with a great, humility, with a great sense of commitment which has to come into, and we are able to get that reflection coming in from you, that you are truly a committed library and information science professional, and very, very happy, to hear that. And we feel truly happy enough. We are feeling truly inspired and motivated. And as I said earlier, each one of our library and information science professionals and our member institutions and their users, whosoever are being connected, you always remains our highly motivating factors. You inspire us. As you said, that the webinars, so well before we do one webinar, we are ready with 3 more webinars, and as now as a practice, we are doing it now on Saturdays, the last Saturday of a month, fully knowing that the professional colleagues, they are being engaged in the libraries, or other professionals you are engaged, you have to run the libraries. So at least on a Saturday, which are relatively a little better day, when you can take out at least 1 hour time for your own professional development, we are doing it. And it has been truly wonderful. And also you have highlighted about this language learning portal. As we mentioned earlier, Delnet we are going to show you in a short while about these new portals of Vision, that is a video lectures, and also the other portal of full text digital repository. And our focus remains on that, to have not only, we want to cover up all various languages so that there should not be no obstacles, there should not be no barriers at all. We as a professionals have to work together to remove all those barriers and obstacles whatsoever are lying into the lives of our scholars. And collectively we have been doing, and collectively and collaboratively we have to create that vibrant environment wherein we become the strong believers, and we should swear by that. We should we are catering and fulfilling the universal user. It's not only my user or your user, we are fulfilling the needs and requirements of a universal user, and we should feel blessed enough that we are in a position to contribute in some ways to them. And collectively, collaboratively, when we are there, yes, we are going to make a difference. We have been doing, but we will make a more marked difference. So thank you very much, Dr. Dharani. And it's now a time, it's 1:30, and we don't really want you to be on a fast today. We don't want to miss, you to miss out on your lunch. So I take immense pleasure on behalf of Delnet and on behalf of each one of us. We would like to truly, once again, thank all our distinguished speakers of this session, including Mrs. Indra Nair, Dr. Manik Baral, Dr. Melindia Ansane, Dr. Swati Barnabas, Dr. N. Abdul Latif, Mr. P. Ramu, Dr. Muthu Bharati, Mrs. Sunita Parekh, Dr. Sibakami, and Dr. Dharani for really, coming forward and sharing your insights. It has truly been a great honor and pleasure for Delnet and for entire attendees who are there today to get, because we have been able to deliberate on the theme like Delnet, whose 30th birthday we are celebrating today, that how this Delnet has been able to contribute and being a boon, being of immense help for librarians, academicians, researchers, and scholars. As a small token of our gratitude to each one of you, we have got, I can't hold more than 2, but as I can say that these are being with for each and every one, for you, for your efforts, for your time. And as you could see, we have got a 30 years logo. So the 30 years logo you are going to get on this, besides the Delnet logo, marking the beginning of a year-long celebration. And I think It's not just simply a year, it is every day we celebrate, every moment we celebrate our association, we celebrate our connections and collaborations, and to be a wonderful part of this beautiful, wonderful work of a library network that Delnet has been able to do. We pay our respectful homage to our founder, Dr. H.K. Kaul, on this occasion for giving us, to make it possible for us to see this day today, and we have to carry forward that wonderful work, a timeless contribution of him to carry forward collectively. It's not just simply the work of Delnet, it is a work of each and every committed library and information science professional to carry forward that work, and collectively and in a collaborative manner. That's the most beautiful connection one can have for a cause. There is a purpose which is involved with it, and I think all of us must really always carry that to the very high level of sanctity, that there is a purpose involved in doing this entire library networking, and that is to comfort the lives of the researchers and scholars, the comfort and illuminate the life of those who are seeking knowledge and information. So this is for each one of you with great sense of delight, with a great sense of gratitude, and to thank you. We can't really thank you enough, but it's a small token. So this is going to be sent across. We will package it to ensure that it just reaches, and we'll be very happy if you share a small, the corner in the library, wherein you're going to put it, and we would be very, very happy and delighted, because we would like to create. And, once again, the wonderful memories of reaching out to you at your place. And this should give you always as a token of a warm remembrance and acknowledgement for your contribution. So thank you very much. I'm unmuting all our attendee, distinguished speakers of this session, doing it and requesting everyone to, if you may like to say something more, but I believe it is towards Dr. Swan.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you want me to say something more? Okay. It has been a very nice journey with you, and I really admire your leadership, ma'am. I didn't want to let go of this without being there present for this kind of a declaration. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Swati. Thank you. Delnet, as we are being much humbled and feel truly blessed, that we are able to be a kind of it's everyone's. It's Delnet is of everyone, for everyone, and by everyone. And we truly feel blessed that each one of you and all our professional colleagues across the country who are there in this platform, and many of them who are not here today, but yes, you are the ones who always, inspires us to keep on moving ahead and to keep this flame of igniting the lives of our researchers, scholars, whosoever is in need of information. They can be necessarily need not be only in the institutions, they can be anywhere and everywhere. So today, later in the evening, we are going to talk about some new projects of Delnet that we are wanting to initiate in this 30th year, and we really look forward to having many more deliberations. So with this, we are closing the very first session, giving you hardly a 20 minutes time. You can't even quickly have lunch in 20 minutes. You can grab something and be back here at 2 o'clock. It has truly been a great honor and pleasure in having each one of you today, and we really look forward to having you back again at 2 o'clock sharp. We are not, we always say stay online, never go offline. So we are connected. You don't log off. We won't let you to log off. You just, for the time being, have a 20 minutes and be back again, with us at 2 o'clock. So it has truly been a great honor and pleasure. And thank you so very much, each one of you, for being there. We truly remain grateful for your very kind association, which remains as a highly motivating factor for Delnet. And thank you so much for being a wonderful part of today's program. And we are going to get reconnected back at 2 o'clock. Stay online, stay connected, and be back. Thank you so very much indeed. Thank you. Great honor and pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Swati. Thank you, Sunita. Thank you, Dr. Millen. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you very much, Dr. Dharani
Thank
and
you.
others
Thank
also,
you.
our colleagues are there. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Manik Baral, Dr. Dharani, Dr. Millen, Dr. Swati. Murthy sir is also there. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Ramu, Mrs. Sunita Parekji. Thank you, one and all. It's great
Thank
pleasure.
you. Thank you.
Great pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Namaskar, a very good afternoon, and welcome back to this post-lunch session. We hardly gave you a break of 20 minutes, and welcome back to the post-lunch deliberations. We have pleasure in having with us Dr. Vivek Patkarji. Dr. Patkar, requesting you, if you may like to switch on your webcam, and we are, we have pleasure in welcoming Dr. Vivek Patkarji, who is there with us this afternoon, who has joined us from Mumbai this afternoon. We would like to thank Dr. Patkar, for being there with us on this occasion of 30 years of Delnet. Dr. Patkar, I hope we are able to, whether we are audible, Dr. Patkar? Dr. Patkar?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Sure.
And
Yes, I can hear.
perfectly fine. So I believe, Dr. Patkar, that there is some issue with the link speed. So because the webcam is not on, we are not able to see you. So what may happen is that we have displayed, the presentation file, and how would you like to conduct? Means I think we can very well play the slides from this end, and you can be in a position to then speak from there. Would that be all right, Dr. Patkar?
Yes.
Dr. Patkar, I hope so that the link is a bit stable. Could you please, Dr. Patkar, could you please say something so that we are able to know whether the link is working well? Hello. It seems we are encountering an issue with Dr. Patkar.
Yes, that's okay.
Yeah, okay, fine. So I would like to, yes. So it's a pleasure for me to welcome Dr. Vivek and Patkarji, who has been associated with Delnet for a large number of years, and he's a very prolific researcher, a scholar himself, who has, to his credit, I would like to mention 13 books, that he has written on research methodology, which are being cited by the researchers and scholars. He has more than 400 research papers that he has also written. He has been a professor of quantitative methods and operations management at ICFI Business School in Mumbai. And prior to that, he worked for nearly 25 years as an operations research specialist in the planning division of the Mumbai Metropolitan Research Development Authority. He has been a member of the editorial board of the international journals, including Human Systems Management and the Journal of the Public Affairs and Change, and is also a vice president of Marathi Vigyan Parishad and associated with its work regarding the revision of Marathi Vishwakosh. He has also voluntarily translated about 100 booklets and other publications on cancer from English to Marathi and Hindi for an NGO named Jeet Association to support cancer patients. He is associated with a large number of academic, research, and professional institutions. And also, it's a pleasure for us to mention that Dr. Vivek Patkarji has been associated with Delnet, with Dr. H.K. Kaul, with each one of us here in Delnet for a very large number of years. And it is a pleasure to welcome him on this special day today on the occasion of the 30 years of Delnet, celebrating the 30th birthday of Delnet. It's a pleasure to welcome you, Dr. Vivek Patkarji, and I request you to start the deliberations on Delnet 2032, a vital element of the Indian LIS. It's over to you, Dr. Patkar.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta. Good afternoon to all participants. At the outset, I congratulate Delnet for completing 30 years of its establishment. In particular, I place on record my appreciation of the missionary zeal and total dedication by Dr. Sangeeta Kaul and her present and past colleagues for Delnet to carve out a special position in the LIS community in India. Of course, they have been professionally guided by the late Dr. H.K. Kaul, the founder director of the Delnet. And of course, his presence is always felt whenever such events are organized. I have seen Delnet's journey right from the beginning. And just visualize what future 10 down, and that is reflected in the title of my this presentation, Delnet 2032, a pivotal element of the LIS, Indian LIS scene. Now one may ask, is it a daydream, a wishful thinking? To respond, let us just go through what Delnet has achieved and why I am making this kind of, you can say, positivistic assessment. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Just take a quick review of the progress made by Delnet over the last 30 years. I'm just highlighting a few points only. There are many more. It started in just small cubicle in 1992 in the Library of India International Center, New Delhi. From that very humble beginning, it has developed this well camp New Delhi. And besides that, there are 3 coordination units located in Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Pune, support the local activities and the region. Then in the beginning, it was limited to Delhi region by and large, and now it has crossed national boundaries and has made inroads even in the international arena. Third thing is, it started with sharing of document and information. Now it has expanded that to software development, trading, publications, and many more things like that. And it started in 1997 annual convention called NACLEAN, and it has continued the tradition of holding it without a break. Just a minute. There was one at the door. So the continued without break since 1997. Even pandemic period, it has put on mode. What is its implication? The implications are that Delnet has established both horizontally and vertically. It has shown its stability, adaptability with the changing environment. So these are the virtues which make me positivistic in my attitude. Next, please.
Yes, Dr. Patkar.
Please.
Yes, I have displayed the next slide.
Next slide. I can't.
Dr. Patkar, it's already displayed. I believe you are having an internet connection issue because we have displayed the next slide, future shapes. I believe Dr. Patkar is encountering some. Dr. Patkar? It seems that Dr. Patkar, could you please? It seems that we have lost the connection with you right now because your audio device, it's not visible any longer. Requesting all our attendees to kindly bear with us as it seems that, yes, he has now logged out from the system. He is offline. Just requesting you to please bear with us. Yes, Dr. Pachkar? Dr. Pachkar? Dr. Pachkar, we are connected right now. No, it seems that the internet is not, internet is playing issue right now. Dr. Pachkar, could you please try to speak or try to, I can't say that to log out because you have logged out and again logged in. Hello? Dr. Pachkar?
Yeah.
I think internet is creating an issue. Dr. Pachkar, what really to do because we are not able to hear you and it seems that you have an internet issue. I believe it's raining heavily in Mumbai and that...
Just go back.
I'm extremely sorry, Dr. Pachkar. We are not able to hear you, Dr. Pachkar. Let me mention on behalf of Dr. Pachkar, on the slide one can read that the more of the same continues with the existing activities only to expand the coverage of Delnet, 30,000 members by 2032. What Dr. Pachkar has visualized and envisioned for Delnet, that by in another decade's time, Delnet should increase its membership base by at least 4 times, and we do we would work hard to ensure that we cross this 30,000. It's quite a realistic number, which Delnet can very well. Dr. Pachkar, hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Dr. Pachkar. Yes, yes.
Can you listen?
Able to hear. Yeah, we are able to hear you now. Yeah, please, kindly. Yes.
Yeah. So you have covered already the first point. What I'm saying, this is some sort of a linear expansion, 30,000 members by 2032 and presence in every country on the globe. That could be linear expansion like that. But I would like to see the more of the other 2 points. Activities in addition to continuing activity, and that's why I'm envisaging 2 roles, cogwheel role and knowledge center role, that I will explain in my next slides. And third point, I'm expecting that Delnet should shape as a leader, assume leadership role, play a key role in sculpting the Indian LIS space. That is, these are the 2 points I will be elaborating in my next slides. Next, please. Yeah. So let us see this cogwheel function. What I am saying that Delnet is at the center and having say 9-pronged approach to continue its activity. And in turn, it will move the institutions as well as individuals so that they will also gain along with Delnet's activity, and it will be a win-win situation. This is just a sample of 9 prongs I am saying. Those are given in a box. I will be elaborating on the next page. So I am envisaging that Delnet will be playing a very pivotal cogwheel kind of function, which is very important in say watches, wristwatches, clocks, etc. It really balances the whole system. So similar way, Delnet can play a very central role in furthering LIS movement in our country. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So some of these prongs are the existing ones, some are new one, like document translation exchange. Today, Delnet is providing whatever documents are demanded by institutions or individual members. but they could be in different languages. So Delnet can go further and provide the translated version whosoever wants it. This is the addition to the existing role I am envisaging. Training programs, it has been doing it, but it can focus on new LIS tools, their training, their hands-on workshops, etc. This could be another dimension. Then take out or commission specific research, especially on information management topics. It is very important that this kind of research work should be institutionalized, and Delnet can play a very vital role there. Then bring out print and e-publications. You are already doing it, but you can bring out specific publication devoting the Indian LIS experiences. Specifically, this kind of book series or booklet series is very essential. And seminar webinars, of course, you can go on expanding. Next, please. Yeah, continuing, I will prefer that this new role of consulting and advocacy, LIS issue-based study followed by implementation push. What happened? Most of the consultants just leave by submitting the report, but Delnet can give an implementation push. This is the new dimension I'm expecting in the long run. Then software development, continue with that and launch new web portals. You are doing today itself by 2 new portals. So please go on developing and establishing these such pertinent portals. 8 is very important, knowledge filtration job. Go beyond information provision, extract useful knowledge to serve the patrons. So this is slightly specialized thing, but you can think of, at least for some areas, this could be initiated and then develop further. And last but not the least is certification service. Continuing professional development programs. This is a need of our LIS professionals are not having any mid-career options to learn, relearn, get new certificates. They have to go, no university is offering, no association, LIS association offering this. The lead should be taken by Delnet, and it will do immense service to both professional institutions as well as LIS to grow and advance further. In just given as a sample, it can be expanded, it can be revised, you can put in picture like that. Next, please. Next, please.
I have already done that, Dr. Patkar, the Knowledge Center.
Yeah. Knowledge Center. Another role I feel that Delnet can perform is collect data, both print and digital sources on a chosen topic, subject it to big data analysis techniques, and bring out something really new addition to the knowledge. This is the role I think Dr. Kaul has been arguing that libraries, especially public libraries, should perform. They should act as a knowledge center. Perhaps Delnet can act as a model knowledge center in future. Other thing is it can have as another center of laboratory kind, which is fusing imagination, art, and technology of the community to unleash its creativity potential. Such things are not happening in our public libraries, unfortunately. So Delnet can really take up this responsibility also, and to act as a copyright-friendly mediator in the era of intellectual capitalism. What we're expecting that we will be moving from commodity capitalism to intellectual capitalism. There, this kind of IPR protection, all these kind of advices are very important. Nobody is really giving such concentrated service. So these are just a few thoughts on knowledge center role Delnet can take up. Next, please. Yeah. The third point was LIS space shaping role, very vital role for Delnet I'm envisaging here. I'm concentrating on 4 E's: explore, experiment, express, and engage. Explore and experiment are formed what is called as informing box. Means look around rather than look ahead alone. Look around, there are many opportunities, so explore those. Experiment, act and respond rather than just plan and control. So this is the informing part, and the other part is express, draw the map rather than read the map. Create the opportunities, draw the map in that sense, and then engage with all the stakeholders, and not only just dominate but share the leadership. And you will find that both these boxes are having porous boundaries. They can interact in any manner, and this is how Delnet can really shape the LIS space in a novel way. This kind of thing is not happening in most of the profession. So Delnet is in a right position to do that, and I will love that this happens by 2032. Next, please. Yeah, you are already holding or going to hold lot of brands. What should Delnet do? So in order to help them, I am just listing down a few tools from operational research, management science, decision science. For perceptions gathering, you can use brainstorming, brainwriting, Delphi, or use generic design science approach. I will just give an example of this GDS in my next slide. Once you gather these perceptions, you can again have further discussions, deliberations to decide the priority among them. There could be, say, 50 things to do, but what should be done 1, 2, 3? For that, another tool is available called ISM, Interpretive Structural Modeling. And then once you are done that, how exactly we are going to execute what is called path charting. So you will perform SWOT analysis, but along with that, please think of using this very recently used tool called brainstorming. It not only takes the help of human intelligence, but also artificial intelligence. So a lot of work is available. Some other time I can present that, but I will just request you to consider some of these tools to formulate your future plan in a more systematic way like that. Next, please. Yeah, this is the GDS generated a sample Delnet profile. So a group can sit together and decide a few directions or dimensions like training, software development, publisher, consultancy, advocacy, knowledge center, CPD, and certification. Then each of these direction or dimension is to be broken down its elements. Again, this is achieved through deliberations by the group. Like for under training, I'm saying online, traditional, hybrid, like that. So under each of these, I have given the elements. Now again through deliberations, we can pick up the elements from under each of these line. So we will give one scenario, one say plan. At time, another group can take other points and create another scenario. In this way, you can have a variety of scenarios available for deliberation. The plus point of this tool is that it is open-ended. You can go on adding the dimensions or directions. You can go on expanding these elements, and this exercise could be repeated after 1 year or 2. So I just illustrated how tool can be used to shape, think of the Delnet profile in future. And my last slide, please. Next. Yeah. So in conclusion, I'm saying Delnet 2032 achieves a paramount position in the LIS domain so that authorities value its inputs to their is my really the dream. No, it should be like ALA is consulted by Library of the American administration. In the same way, Delnet should get in that position where it is consulted by the authorities or decision makers. I wish you all the success, and whatever I can contribute, I am ready to do that. With this, I wish you all the success to everybody, all the participants who have contributed. They should be congratulated, and let us take this Delnet ahead with our joint efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Patkar. And for giving us not much of futuristic vision about Delnet, and you have spoken about 4 E's for reshaping the LIS scene, and definitely we are working on those, and we will make it sure decade we are sitting in our agendas for Delnet, and we can assure you that you would be in the days to come, in the years to come, you would be able to see that not many of the things what you have projected here, we would be able to do so. And you have very nicely also opined about not only having the brainstorming, but the brain writing and the brain warming. These are some of the newer concepts, which are being coming up. Definitely, we would like to seek your expert opinion and advice and suggestions, as you have always been of enormous help to us. We really look forward to the same. I would also like to mention, because though we are not, because of paucity of time, we have not really, included them, but in the last session today, apart from these 2 portals that we are shortly going to speak about, we are also trying to mention that Delnet is also working, as you have rightly pointed it out, that we have to ensure that we are doing constructively something for the institutions and making these libraries as the places. And as in the last slide you have mentioned about it, that the respective institutions, the institutional heads, the policymakers over there, they should always should consider Delnet as an organization who is doing, and as we are also committed in doing a lot for the institutions, and libraries remains our major focal point. So I would just like to also apprise all our attendees here today that we are already working also on having a very special publications. And just to mention a few, we are going to have very soon, in yet another few months time, maybe maximum a quarter, in 3 months time, we are going to have a best practices manual of Delnet for cybersecurity in the institutions, best practices manual for disaster management in institutions, a best practices manual for digitization and for digital archiving and preservation. As you are already able to see, we have got now this best practices for data sharing and data accessibility. In the prior session, we have been able to see how our institutional professional colleagues are able to come forward and making the best use of that and implementing. And basically it's all about to do for reaching out to more and more number of users and making your own libraries also more visible, and they would significantly be contributing. And also today, as we are inching towards showing you this vision portal, that's yet another best practice for which we have already written to our member institutions. 3 months ago, a communication was sent that Delnet is being focusing now on enhancing this best practices for knowledge sharing among the SMEs, that is the subject matter experts. We have got large number of institutions, and then there are so many of these institutions which are being there, and we are really very much wanting that these institutions should come forward and should make best use of these best practices which are being offered by Delnet. So we really look forward to having many more of such activities, and we would really like to thank Dr. Patkar for giving us his futuristic vision and his articles. He has been the one who has always been contributing to the NACLIN proceedings over the years. It's more than nearly now 15 years out of 24 NACLINs. I think in 15 of the NACLIN proceedings, every year, he has been the one who has been writing, and his paper always has been the one who always used to give us some emerging trends, emerging technologies, and some fresh new mindset, out of box thinking. So thank you so very much, Dr. Patkar, for yet another, in a very brief presentation, since you have yet another your commitment for the day. It would have been a pleasure listening more from you, but you have been very kind and gracious in being there with us, and we remain much grateful to you for your enormous support that you always extend. And we really look forward, to having many more interactions with you on agenda for 2032 for Delnet. And thank you so very much, Dr. Patkar, once again, from each one of us.
Thanks.
So, yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Patkar. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. We would now like to take up our next agenda for the day. And the next agenda, as the name indicates, as we have already told it to you, it is to do with our portal, which we have been working on, the Vision portal, the video sites online. So we are going to have a brainstorming session now on Delnet's Vision portal of video lectures. This has been a suggestion from our member institutions during our AGMs, during our even in number of other platforms, in our webinars and other places. Our member institutions and our professional colleagues have been requesting Delnet to create a platform for video lectures, as they are largely being used by the faculty and by the students. Basically, they use it for enhancing their knowledge. So we have been working on this. We have been working on this portal for last more than almost for last a year time, and here in today we would just like to give you a glimpse. It is a beta version. It is just a test run to show you, because we are wanting now, as I said earlier, we have already written to our member institutions. We have already written to our member institutions to participate in this. And now, since the portal is getting ready, and we are once again going to write to them in yet another 1 week's time, again, we are going to write back to each one of you, to all of our professional colleagues in the libraries, requesting them to participate in this special initiative being taken by Delnet. And as the name indicates, it's Vision. And as you could see, there is this logo of Vision. This is an eye, which is there giving you a vision. And then at the just inside, you can see here, it is through the video. So that's the vision that we hold, that those who would be using this portal, they would be able to broaden their knowledge and horizons by using this portal. And as the tagline says, broaden your knowledge and horizons through Vision. And we have deliberated a lot on this logo of this, which is very symbolic in nature, and I hope you would like this. So this is the thing, what will happen shortly, that you are getting, and this is for those of our member institutions. You are already acquainted how it's a look and feel of this our landing page, but this is how it's going to look like. So the language learning, what has been here, would move down here, and therein we are going to put our Vision portal, that is a video sites online. So knowledge gainer portal and the Vision portal. And in the Vision portal now, so once you click onto it, as I said, this is only a beta testing version. We are showing it to you, but we are ready with the things. Just to give you just a little brief insight into this, would like to mention that this portal, if you click onto this about Delnet Vision portal, so it just tells you why we are doing this. What is the thing of, what this portal is going to contain. So the Delnet Vision portal contains a large number of enriching video lectures delivered by the subject matter experts in various fields of knowledge and hosted and accessible through various institutions. The single window, interactive, innovative, and engaging platform, which allow the faculty, students, researchers, and scholars to access these videos through Delnet, through the title, subject, speaker's name, host institution, and it will definitely enhance the students' learning experiences and will inspire innovation and critical thinking, besides providing an opportunity to them for self-directed learning through the explanatory and descriptive lectures. As Delnet is being committed to strengthen the knowledge sharing activities among the member institutions, as a large number of domain subject matter experts are connected with Delnet member institutions, as teaching faculties, as visiting guest officials, Delnet is keen to tap this vast intellectual tacit knowledge and to create a knowledge repository of subject matter experts. It will open up, undoubtedly, it will open up new vistas for knowledge collaborations among the member institutions. So that's one of the things. A student would like to know, or a faculty would like to know, who else is working in this area. It's not only giving a kind of an insights into the lectures, but most importantly, we want to create it as a collaborative platform for collaboration. Someone is working on a nanotechnology and would like to know who in other institution is working on nanotechnology, who are the experts. So each and every speaker's profiles, along with their individual professional websites and other things, would also be included, and we have already made it. We are going to show it to you. So we would like to launch it as an initiative for best practices for subject matter experts knowledge sharing among member libraries, and that is in order to ensure that we are able to tap this vast intellectual knowledge which is available, with the vast intellectual asset which is lying in our member institutions through our faculty members. They are the knowledge experts, so we would like to tap it. So would like to now show you a little glimpse of it. You can see here, you have an option, most viewed videos one can see as per the favorite videos. One can see that. Record your video lecture with Delnet. Besides seeing, firstly, I would like to show you that how this would work. So title of the lecture, a student can make a search by that. Speaker's name, you can see the speaker's name, and by speaker name even selectively you can be able to see all the video lectures by a particular speaker. So let's say you have a faculty member, a distinguished faculty member, their lectures are there, your students would like to listen to those videos, so they can selectively choose that particular speaker name. Hosted through, so various hosting platform, your institution name would also come through this, and you will be able to see if you have hosted through it will come over here. Institution, this is the institution of the speaker, the affiliation of the speaker, to which institution that speaker belongs to. You would be able to get this, and you can search it among that only. I'm shortly going to show you subjects. Through the various subjects you would be able to make the searches, and even by any fields you would be able to do. Now let's say, for example, search any fields. Let's say on mechanics, you are wanting to make a search. So once you do that, I would just like to show you a glimpse at how it looks like, once you make the searches. So let's say you have 337 such hits which are there on mechanics. They're all being arranged alphabetically by the title of the lecture, and you will be able to see all these lectures which are being there. So 337 some lectures containing the lecture, containing who is the speaker, and once you click onto the view, you would be able to, I'll just show you an example. Let's on belt friction by Professor M.S. Shivakumar. Now this mechanics was in the as a full text searching, so mechanics can be anywhere. If you want to specifically go for mechanics, go it as a subject. But yes, you can see here. Now this video is being hosted through NPTEL, and speaker's name is there. Belt friction is the title of the talk. Institution name is being mentioned, and you also have got the duration of this video lecture. And then you have got a source video URL. You can see where it's being hosted, and you can watch this. So well before this, I would like to also tell you, you have a provision to read the review and also to write a review. A student has seen, a scholar has seen, and you want to comment on that, so you can say write a review. So once you say write a review, you can put your institution name, you can put your own name, you can write your designation, and then you can write your rating even you can do. So you can rate it a 5-star rating, a visual rating everyone would like to do. You can write your review, how did you find this particular lecture, and then the second person who is coming in, you want to read the review, then you would be able to see all those reviews. Now watch this video. So see here, watch this video. Once you do, so it's now taking you to this particular video, and we would just now like to engineering and mechanics status 5.2, and you would be able to now see this. So you can see here the once he would speak. So the video is being there, and we are going to also show you another feature. So let me then subtitling in Hindi. You click on Hindi, languages you talk about, they are all being here. You can just Kannada, Malayalam, you can, let's say Malayalam, for example, you will be able to see. So it's now getting translated into Malayalam with the subtitles, and students can use it to a greater extent. Any of the translations you would like to do it in any of these languages, and this would really be a helping hand also keeping in view the NEP policies. So this will be really a helping hand for the user. So any of these languages one can do. Now I would like to, so this is just to give you a kind of information about it, and herein you have all the details of the speaker. Firstly, let me just show you that how it all works, and then we will take it up. Also, this is a portal where in our libraries, the institution should contribute the lectures of your faculty members, and also like for example, Delnet will also be uploading whatsoever webinars we have organized as of now. Delnet will also be making all those webinars now. We are working on it currently now. We will be making all those webinars also included. So under the subject of library and information science, you would be able to see. Besides this, we also have a facility here for browse by category, because we know for sure ourselves that at times it happens if you ask a user to make a search, especially the beginners, they do take a little time in knowing what to search for. It is just like those of you like 40 years, 30 years ago, we used to have Yahoo directories or Alta Vista directories. So we used to have by a subject in the very early stages of World Wide Web. And that's how, so you used to go with the category. So herein also we are going to have categories of various, whether it's a management, an Ayurveda, yoga, and they will be alphabetically be arranged. And a user can click on to that and would be able to see. So someone on agriculture wants to do, or on a chemistry or an economics. So the various categories or subject categories would be available. And a user can follow that, and whatsoever videos will be available on that will be made available. So we would like to request our member institutions to contribute and to let us know, as we had sent already in our communication. Now I'll show you an example. Let's say, for example, in the institution, if you're contributing your records, it will be an entire alphabetical listing of the institutions. This is just a demo, a beta version that we're showing it to you. And you would be able to see your institution name also appearing. Once you click on, and then you make a search for something, it will search only among that particular institution. So your own video lectures, students can see and listen to it, besides seeing the video lectures of others. I'll just show an example. Let's say, for example, IIT Kanpur. You are interested to see what are the videos which are available of IIT Kanpur. So 438 video lectures of IIT Kanpur are there. You can see here these entire lectures, whatsoever video lectures would be there, that they are accessible. You can go for a view, and once you view, you are able to see this. And again, the same way, watch this URL. You're able to see the name of the speaker. As I was mentioning it to you, this will eventually also lead to creating a massive big experts repository. You want to see who are the experts in mechanical engineering, you would be able to know in any stream of knowledge. And herein we are also going to link it up. Already we have designed it in such a manner that has been the phase 2. Firstly, in the first phase, we just want to make it operational by having as much of videos from our institutions coming in. And then we are also going to include the URLs of the specific speaker. Their institutional URLs for the specific speaker, wherein a student can get to know, they're interested in that topic. They would like to know what are the research papers being written by that particular speaker, what are the books being authored by that speaker. So it's like cross-linking. It's bringing everything, hyperlinking and cross-linking the content in order to ensure that the users, the students, the scholars, they get immensely benefited, out of this. Now would like to show you, besides this, as I said earlier, even with so one can go by any of these choices. By the speaker's name, you can go. So if you can give, let's say Anupam Basu, you want to give the name. So only the videos which are there by Anupam Basu would be available. So you can see here, only Anupam Basu's videos, Professor Anupam Basu's videos, they are being there, 3 videos, and one can view. And if you click on, then it tells you from where, this particular speaker is, and you will be, and then a student or a, user can write their reviews also about it. Now, let me just tell it to you. So we have already created a Google form. We wrote it in that letter which was sent earlier. Even it's being mentioned over here also about Delnet Vision portal. This is the Google form. I may like to even send it to you across to all our attendees here today. This is the format in which we are wanting. I have sent across to all our attendees, and you can go through it and see. This is the entire format in which we require our libraries to contribute their video lectures. Also, let me share with you that for example, you have not posted that video lecture yet, and I'm just going to now show you that feature. And the feature is, one is the most video lectures, so one can see the most favorite videos per category. Record your video lecture with Delnet. For example, you are from our member institution and you have a faculty member who is interested in recording a video lecture. Since Delnet now has got this entire GoToWebinars, we are subscribing annually, you know, this very robust platform that we have. So record your video lecture. One can put in the name. You put your name, designation, institution name, specific department, Department of Civil Engineering, Department of Mechanical Engineering. One can write it. The mobile number, the email, educational qualifications of that particular faculty member who may like to record a video lecture. What is a work experience? One can mention it by, you know, let's say 5 years experience. Proposed topic. What is the proposed topic of the lecture on which they would like to speak about, and the duration of the lecture. So we may have a maximum duration would be a 1 hour duration that we may like to have per lecture, and we are drafting now the very standard policy which will be there in place. And as you can see here, it says, I confirm that all the above details are correct. I hereby give my consent to Delnet to contact me for recording my lecture for Vision Portal. So once you click onto it, then only system will allow you to register that request. And once you register, we would be knowing who has written to us. So even if you don't have a provision for recording your lectures, or you don't have it, you can ask Delnet and we will be having, you know, our facility. So we are going to have a very dedicated team, you know, to work with the member institutions, because this is a best practices for enhancing, and this would lead to, and you would be able to see the favorite lectures. So it may happen your faculty members are being, so we are also going to then make further, once the size grows, once more and more institutions come forward, the most viewed videos by speakers' name, you know, whose videos have been viewed. So it will eventually would lead to creating a very, very, you know, inspiring environment in our institutions, and thereby promoting this knowledge sharing. Also, you see here, recommend a video link to Delnet. Let's say, for example, you being a library professional, or for that matter, any of the subject matter experts, whether they are the faculty members, it can be anyone, they want to, they know about some video link and they want to recommend to Delnet. So recommended by, you know, who is recommending? You will put your name, your designation, institution, your email ID, mobile, recommended video URL. So that specific URL you have to do. And the subject category, what was the subject? Was it on agriculture? Was it on architecture? So you can mention it, and this will be, and then we are going to review it. It's not that it's an auto, no, we really want to just have a very, you know, a good kind of a screening done for the kind of a, because we don't really want just the numbers to be there. And, but yes, definitely you can see here, by default, the check-in boxes, I hereby recommend the above video link for including in Vision Portal. You are telling us that yes, and herein is yet another checkbox. So you want, or that's a privacy, you know, you want to disclose. So it says, I authorize Delnet to mention by name in the recommended by column. So we would like to give you a due acknowledgement, a due credit that you have been the one who told us about it. And once you do, you submit this, we would be able to get that. We are going to review it. Also, just would like to mention, as you can see here, there is also an copyright disclaimer which has been put by us, saying that the Vision Portal has a metadata creation of bibliographic records with hyperlinking to the educational videos hosted at the respective host institutions. The video features materials protected by the fair use guidelines for academic teaching, research, scholarship, and reference purposes. All rights are reserved to the respective copyright owners. They can be institutions, they will be the individuals, and the due acknowledgement is given to the host institution or institutions and to the respective speakers with their institutional affiliation. So this is a platform which will help in enhancing the use of those videos. Or in our respective institutions, you have got videos, but no one is able to see that. You may have it in your local drives, in your local lab, but it's not something which is available whether for your own users or for the other users. So one can, even if you see any field, you can see even by honors and awards, one can see. You want to see who are the Bhatnagar Award winners, whose lectures are being there, or any specific knowledge you want to do, you can do with qualifications, with research interest. So you say research interest and you write it over here, it will going to fetch those speakers, whose research interest are those. And this would really help, as I said earlier, in enhancing much collaborations, definitely for enhancing a knowledge sharing, for helping out the students in enhancing their knowledge and getting, for their learning activities. It would be a great boon for them, but definitely also it would help in collaborations, so these all member institutions coming together, and then they would be able to know. So title of the lecture, even you can type in the title, and then you would be able to get the desired result sets. So this is just to show you, and you can even, for example, you can put in a particular research interest and you would be able to make a search. You can type in a word and you just want it in a particular subject, it should be, or should be with a particular institution, you can do that. So this is just to show you a glimpse. This was just to show you a glimpse that how, see here it is right now. As I said, we have just done it's a mock, it's a beta version that we have done, but we have got the huge, we have around 20,000 plus videos which are already being there and have been compiled in a way. But this is a kind of a thing that you would be able to see. So the user can make a search, and then through this drop down menu, you would be able to also get, so your institution name, if you contribute, would also be listed here. It will be an alphabetical listing, and your students can see your own video lectures of your own faculty through this entire thing. So this is to tell you about it, and just to give you some brief information. So there are two things. One is to view the video lectures by your institution. You can check by the speaker's name. You can, who has hosted it, you can do by your own institution, by subject. Then you also have a browse by category option. So by different categories, it would be available, and we are doing it. We're trying to follow the DDC as a main class, and then showing it so that the relevant students or the users of that particular stream would be able to find it more appealing when they are trying to search for that. Other option is to record your own video lecture you want to record, so one can fill in the details and do recommend a video link to Delnet you want to recommend, and then your name can come and all that. So, and your institution name would come, most viewed videos, whosoever in different disciplines, you would be able to see what are the most viewed videos, which kind of videos people our students or our scholars are viewing the most. So now this is just to give you, we do expect to launch it very, very soon. We are in the process of just finalizing the entire things. And as I just shared with you, we have already written that it is more than 5-6 months ago when we started off on this entire portal work. When we started our work, we sent that communication to our members informing you and requesting you. So a few of our institutions have come forward, but now since the portal is ready, we are just going to write early next week. All of you from our member institutions are going to receive a communication from Delnet. And as I said earlier, this is for enhancing the best practices for knowledge sharing of SMEs, subject matter experts. And this would really play a very tremendous big role in filling up the information gap. And it would definitely be, something that the users community, the scholarly community, our young students would like to. And this would bridge up, it's like having everyone together. That's what Delnet is specializing in. That's what is our major vision or a mission we hold all the time, is to build up connection, build up the connections so that we can build up the collaborations. Connection is the key for everything. We are able to get connected with you, and then only we are able to have these deliberations. So if we have connection, then we can engage in some dialogues, we can engage in some collaborations, we can sit across, we can discuss. But it's very, very important that we are able to firstly establish these connections. So this is a step of Delnet in that direction, wherein we are wanting to tap this whosoever have got this tacit knowledge with them. We in the libraries have been dealing more with the the resources which are being there, but we do have a large amount of the explicit knowledge that we generally tend to cover. But we also the major challenge lies how to tap the tacit knowledge which is there. You have a huge intellectual assets which are being there, how to bring them together, and ultimate aim remains to help out in this knowledge sharing. Let more and more share that knowledge, let more and more remains in that win-win situation. So it's a win-win situation. The speaker gets its listeners, and those who are wanting to use it, they have got the experts with them, and the experts can be from anywhere, from any nook and part. And we are also wanting to explore in writing and approaching a large number of some international organizations also at the same time, requesting them that, if it will be feasible enough to have their specialized videos to be broadcasted for our Indian professionals. And as our disclaimer says, it is just simply to help the community, to user community in having an access to the knowledge which is being there. And that's the reason we are helping them out for the fair use by this researcher community, scholarly community, for academicians, for teaching, for reference, they want to do it. And we truly feel that this would truly inspire our institutions and also the libraries. And we would like to make a very humble appeal to all our library professionals to play a very proactive role in letting your faculty to know about it, because you remains the epicenters for our connection. So you have to tell and inform your faculty members, your institutional heads about it. We are going to write it to the institutions, to each one of you, with also to the heads of the institutions, requesting them to become a very active member. So it's just like the way we have been doing for data sharing and data accessibility. Herein comes the sharing of the SMEs, subject matter experts, intellect here, and which and also wherein Delnet will like to help out in having the video lectures recorded. If you already have it, we are also having now, we are working in having a big cloud space for having our these large file size, and to build up a huge infrastructure wherein we can be in a position to relay those of that content from our side. So with this, we are on the closure for the session, and well before, quickly would like to, and I have sent you in the chat box, I have sent across this Google form. So those of you, from our member institutions, already we have done that. Again, we are going to write to you by early next week. So just give us the details in that Google form that contains the list of the lectures, and then you can give the URL. If it's not there, you can mention it to us. Be communicative, write to us that yes, we do have, as an offline, we have the video lectures recording, and then we will give you, an access wherein you can upload that, and then we in turn we are going to hyperlink it. So let me now quickly would like to ask you. Let me just see how many questions we would like to ask you. We would like to ask you 4 poll questions, and the very first poll question is getting launched on your screen, and the question says, please mention about your first impression about Delnet's Vision portal of video lectures. This has been a beta version, as I said. This is from a demo site, from a test site. We have been showing it to you, but yes, we are going to work, and as I said, we are now requesting our libraries, and this has been a day when we were wanting to show it to you that this is what it is there. And now we already have got around 20,000 videos which are being there with us. Some of our institutions came forward in our last call which we made requesting them, and they have contributed. So we request you to we request a little bit more of our colleagues to kindly give your feedback about it. So thank you very much. Let me now move to the second of the question, and the question is getting flashed on the screen. Do you have with you in your library or an institution the recorded video lectures of your teaching faculty? We would like to know, do you have the recorded video lectures? It can be with the institution, it can be with you in the library. We would like to really know about it. So please do kindly help us in knowing whether do you already have got the recorded video lectures of your faculty members, in whether it can be in your library or it can be in the institution as such. It is not yet a part of a library collection. Please do kindly let us know. But let me just divulge the findings that 48%, let it get stabilized, requesting each one of you, requesting you, please come forward to vote. You have three options. There are not many options, only three options. So the three options which are getting flashed, yes, you have, no, you don't have it, or you are in the process of recording the video lectures. So we have got three options. Just help me out in crossing at least some reasonably good number of voting so that we get some good consensus, on this. Thank you very much for this, and let me divulge the findings. I will go from the top to the bottom. 45% of our attendees said, no, you don't have your recorded video lectures of your own faculty in your institution. So that justifies, because this is what we had also presumed. This is totally in line what we had expected, out of this, because when we talk about and think about our member institutions, we know for sure that not everyone has got the video lectures, recorded video lectures. And also at times we do see the video lectures, but then the quality, you also have to ensure that the quality remains very high. It should be a very good quality. I would also like to, this reminds me to tell you, those of you, because 17% of you have said that you are in the process of recording video lectures. If you are recording the video lecture and when you upload it on the platforms like YouTube, please ensure, and this is a request to everyone to keep a note of it, that you should have the subtitling should be on. When you are uploading it on YouTube, a lecture of your faculty, subtitling to be on. I have just shown it to you an example, auto translation. The speaker, the faculty member, the professor speaking in English, you want to do an auto translation wherein a subtitle come. It will translate, and we have seen it. We experimented with a couple of languages, and this works very well. It is 100% an accuracy, it maintains that what you are, and it's a subject. It's not that it will just like word to word, it will translate. It's a contextual translation which would happen. So please ensure that your subtitle should be on. If the subtitle is not on, if you go even to the settings, you won't find that this subtitle option to be there. The subtitle option would only be available, that is to translate that English lecture into Bengali or into Tamil or into Punjabi or into Hindi or into any of the languages, Indian as well as large number of foreign, all the spoken languages of the world. You can translate it subjected that auto translation you have and the subtitling. Subtitle has to be on when you are uploading, because YouTube does ask you. Now, the 43% of you have said yes. So out of this 43%, those of you who are from the members, we request you, please do kindly come forward in contributing, in telling us, informing us. Just drop us an email. You don't want to fill up the Google form, don't do that. You just drop us an email saying that, yes, madam, we do have it. We want to share it with you to put it into the Delnet Vision portal. We would, contact you. We will take it in the format, whatsoever format that you have it with you. And then we will work on its, on its availability, to put it. And so we do hope that many of you would come forward in doing that. Let me now ask you a question. And the question is, would you like to get the would you like to get the video lectures of your faculty uploaded on Delnet's Vision portal for enhancing knowledge sharing? This is the well-desired thing for Delnet, that we would like to upload these video lectures. And we said this is all meant, this will give a lot much of visibility to the institution, to the speaker, to the faculty, helping out the students. You know, we should always remember that we have to help those in need. You may get help likewise someday by someone else who would be leaving the same. So we should always try to help someone who would, you know, like to get help. So we should be very, very open enough. And today is a world, it's an open mantra is the mantra of the day, you know, the openness. So you have got the open collaborations, the open connections, you know, you have the open source movement which is being there. So we have to come forward in making this a reality because we are doing it for our user community. We are doing this entire exercise, we are doing it for them. So as we could gather, 67% of you have shown interest that you may like to contribute your video lectures. 7% you may have concerns, have said no, and 24%, and it may happen, some of you may not have even the video lectures ready with you. So we really look forward to hearing from our institutions about it. Herein comes the last question for this particular session, and the question is, do you think that the faculty members will be interested to record the video lectures in various languages other than in English? This is, as we all know, also our new education policy has put in a very special focus on the regional languages, the content to be available, the digital content to be available. We have just shown you that example in order to show you that how the translation can happen. But yes, at the same time, we also have to see if the regional video lectures, the faculty may record it in English and may be willing to also record it in some of their own mother tongue, as being said also by NEP, that can be, you know, in your own mother tongue. You know, you have in the regional, languages, it can be recorded, so that more and more students, you know. So what happens is, if a students listen to, that particular lecture, firstly, in that mother tongue, you know, in their own, language that they're acquainted with, and then they listen to the English, the level of their understanding would immensely be very, very high, very high. So it would be, we would like to know, and thank you so very much. 51% of you have said that yes, they would, like to even record that in their own specific language, in their own regional language. And this is fairly quite an encouraging thing. So with this, we are on the closure of the session for Vision Portal. So do remember this logo, which is meant to broaden up your vision, the vision of, to broaden up the vision, to broaden up your knowledge and enhance the knowledge sharing. And we are pretty hopeful and confident that member institutions would come forward in being an integral part of this, because the more you participate, the more you inspire us to keep on doing more. And this is just a beginning for us, because we would like to further, but we would just like to have, it's like in different phases. We have bifurcated, this entire, we intend to launch this entire portal. So we are making it open now for institutions to send across their videos. We would just like to make a sizable number of them available, and then we would like to start, making it available. As I shown it to you, you would be able to see this as a Vision Portal, knowledge gainer and a Vision Portal, and the same authentication would help. The authentication will be there, and automatically it will get authenticated. Those of you who are onto the IPs, or you have static IPs, or you have the remote IPs, or on the login password, so automatically system will be able to do that. So thank you very much for your attention, and indeed happy enough. I'm just making the floor open for some very quick questions, some 2-3 questions we may like to take, even from our panelists. Let me just see, out of our invited speakers, if anyone may like to say something, you may just kindly unmute yourself. If anyone would like to say something, please unmute yourself. Also requesting our attendees, if you may like to say something about this portal, please raise your digital hand and we would be very happy to give you an audio control so that we can also hear from you. May I request you, this is to request all our colleagues who are, if you may like to ask any question, please kindly raise your digital hand and we will be very happy to give you an audio control. If you may like to say something, especially on this, or you want to share any one of your views. We have, this is from Mr. Bhaskar Busa. Mr. Bhaskar, there is no audio device attached to your connection. And I'm sorry, we can't give you an audio control as no audio device is detected by our system. I will just see the messages. You can post your message in the chat box also, and we will be very happy to take the questions from the chat box. If you don't want to connect on the audio, please send your message on the chat box and we will be very happy to do that. We have Gina Nair, who may like to say something. She has raised her hand. Gina Nair, Gina, could you please unmute yourself? Gina Nair from Cochin, from Gina, could you please unmute yourself? You have raised your digital hand. I think Gina is not able to do that. Let me just quickly see, and then I quickly go for the chat box messages. So if you may like to say something, you want to share your views about it, you are most welcome. You can just I can see here, we have, just for a second, we have Mr. N. Suresh, who may like to say something. Mr. N. Suresh, Mr. N. Suresh, would you like to say something? I have sent you the unmute request. This is for Mr. N. Suresh. Could you please unmute yourself? This remains at times a challenge to unmute. So better enough, you can post your message then in the chat box, and you have to just simply click on to this microphone that you see on your screen. We have Mr. Raja N. Mr. Raja N. This is for Mr. Raja N. I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself, Mr. Raja N. Requesting you yet again, Mr. Raja N. Could you please unmute yourself? Not able to do it. Let me just quickly see. This is Mr. Ramesh C. Mr. Ramesh C. Ramesh, I think our colleagues are not able to do, so I'm just going to the chat box to see the messages. Let me just see the chat box to see the, okay, I'm just trying to see, I'm unable to connect in the morning, okay, can you consider, this is Dr. Anuradha, the first question here. Okay, this is Dr. Anuradha Seth from Government Education College at Jammu has said she missed out filling up the form in the first call that we sent to our members, and this is Priyambada Kumari. Priyambada, just copy and paste it. It's not as a hyperlink, it has gone. Just copy and paste it in the email in your web browser, and you would be able to open that link. Just copy and paste that link and you would be able to open it on the site. I'll just open it also once. And then it happens, let me just, okay, this is for Dr. Jamuna Rani saying in your vision portal also available, and what's the difference between the, it is Dr. Jamuna, it is to bring together the vision, video lectures of our member institutions remains on our topmost priority. So we want to ensure that our member institutions, we have put in the sample data onto it, but we would be refreshing it and would put in the data of our member institutions. And as I said, we already have got around 20,000 of the video lectures which are there with us, contributed by the institutions. So we would be doing that. And we really want that more and more of our institutions to come forward in doing. This is from Mamta Sharma, who says that, but we are not the members. Is it possible that, Mamta, we would sincerely request you, please do kindly enroll your college or institution as a member, and we would truly be appreciative of this. Then it is, we have, okay, this is from Mr. Ghulam Mohiuddin, who has said that as a library professional, what should we do to encourage the faculties to record the teaching in the classroom? I think for this, Mr. Mohiuddin, I would like to mention that you should have your institutional policy. You should devise, if you are in a college or in an institution, you must develop a policy which has to be followed by the teaching faculty, that their lectures has to get recorded. This has to get more as a policy decision, has to be there behind this. And then only you can keep on inspiring them and all, but yes, you have to also have a policy in place which will help you. Can be accessed already uploaded by, this is for Gina Nair. Gina, it's not accessing what others have uploaded. This is what happens, and we experience this in resource sharing. You want to see that what others have got, but at the same time, you also have to see that what you have to offer also at the same time. You can definitely see what others have got, but this is why the organization like Delnet, we have started off this best practices for data sharing and data accessibility. Everyone wants to take, but at the same time, you also have to be the ones to be the front runners in offering it and providing it, that fine, I'm giving this, and now I may take it, if I really want to get help at some point of time. So it is a collaborative platform. So Gina, this is for you, requesting you, you will definitely, once we launch it, so you will definitely be able to see what other videos are there, but we really also would like to request you to contribute also towards it. You should also be the contributor in that. That would be the most satisfying, and that would be the most wonderful thing that you will experience it, wherein we proudly say that yes, and we also truly acknowledge that, consumers are perfectly all right that you consume that information which is being there, but you also should be able to produce that information. You should be the ones who are also contributing for that particular cause. So we request you to come forward in doing that. So Dr. Anuradha, we really look forward to doing, and as we have also mentioned that the concerns, it is up to the institutions. You want to put in, a specific particular video lectures of particular faculty members and all, it is on the institution. This is for Sanjay Kumar Hazarika. Sanjay, we have noted that you would like to get enrolled as a member. We will be very happy to send across to you, the details. Please let us know, your institutional details. Otherwise, we'll be able to get it from your registration details, and we'll be happy to share that. So with this, we are closing for this specific session, and now we would like to take you for our next session, which is on the session on the portal called as the Desire Portal. And the Desire Portal, and this is a portal wherein we are going to discuss about. This is a portal, we have already started working on it, but today we would like to take this opportunity to engage in an interaction. I just want to see that in how many minutes we have to finish off this deliberation. We have to finish off by 3:45, so 3:20, so we have got 25 minutes to deliberate on this. So I would like to mention that Delnet is very much keen enough. We have been the ones who have been working on. I think, let me just see whether we may like to ask you a question. Perfectly fine. Let me just ask you some of the poll questions before I start off the deliberations. And the first question is getting flashed on your screen right now. And the question is, have you developed a digital institutional repository at your institution? Have you developed an institutional repository at your institution? I just request you to please kindly come forward and give us a feedback. Have you developed an digital institutional repository at your institution? We request you, have you created an institutional repository? It can be in any of the software, it's inaccessible. Have you created something? Well, before we take the session, I think it's important firstly to assess that what is the scenario right now. So we could gather that 51% of you have said that yes, you do have an institutional repository. It's dwindling. 29% have said no, you don't have an institutional repository. There is no digital institutional repository at your place. 23% of you have said that yes, it is in progress. You are in the process. You may be right now, maybe in the process of designing it, in the process of implementing it, installing it, creating, because creating an institutional repository, there are huge processes involved with it. You know, selecting the material remains one of the most important thing. What kind of material you want to select for digitization. Then comes, you know, the preparedness for it. What is the software, the hardware, the accessibility, the manpower for it, you know, to make it accessible. So thank you very much. It has now come down to 50% of you do have an institutional repository, 29% no, 21% it is in progress. Let me quickly ask you the second question, and the second question is coming in. If yes, if you have already, 50% of you have said that yes, you are already having a digital repository, please indicate the digital library software being used in the library. So we request you, please do kindly mention about it. So we have given you an option that is the DSpace, ePrint. It's an in-house developed application. Some others, we are requesting you also, those of you who have chosen others, please do mention. We would like to enhance and share it with others, what kind of software that you are using for digitization, or no software used. Currently, you might have already done the digitization, but due to non-availability of a software, of a digital library software, non-availability of the implementation of a digital library software, there may be a huge scanned documents, the digital copies available with you, but you are not able to make it available. Reason is because you don't have it you don't have it, as I'm just trying to see. My attention is getting diverted because I'm just trying to see in the chat box someone has done. So let me just disclose the findings. The findings are like this. 45% of you are using DSpace, which is one of the most acclaimed and most robust digital library software. 5% of you are using ePrint as a for having your digital library. 10% of you have in-house developed application. You have developed your own. This 10 has now become 11% is in-house developed application. 19% of you have said that you are using others. Visalakshi has said that they are using Calibri for this, and 21% of you have said that no software use. So no software use clearly indicates that you don't have, you must have already gone, for this is Muhammad Ghulam Samdani is mentioning about Koha, and this is for you, Mr. Samdani, that we are really wanting more in terms of a full text resources, and good to know that we have Koha, and I believe you are from South Campus Library, Delhi University, and it's a pleasure to have you, and thank you. But yes, Koha, you must be using it for the library automation, and we just want to have, for the full text digital resources, the software being used. So we can see over here, there's a greater need, that there are libraries that you have already completed the process of digitization, but now you're looking around to see what can be the software that you can see you have, because there are many of the issues and concerns which are being there. Herein comes a question. Before asking you later, I would like to ask you firstly this question: whether the access, the online access to the institutional digital collection, the institutional repository is provided 24/7 to the library users. Do you have a 24/7 accessibility to institutional repository that you have created to your library users. We would like to get your inputs on this, requesting you to come forward and to help us out in doing that. Please quickly give us, because as I said, we have to finish off by 3:45, so 15 minutes are left, to tell you what we envisage and what we really desire to do in this Desire portal. 23% of you, let me now disclose the findings. 60% of you have said yes, you do offer a 24/7 access to your institutional repository, which is really highly encouraging, and it's really wonderful to know that we have 60% of our users are able to do that. 23% of you have opined that no, you don't offer a 24/7. It may be for a restricted hours only that you are able to provide it. 15% of you have said not sure. You may not be really knowing whether this 24/7 is available or not. This is Mohammed Ghulam Samdani has said that you are digitizing your previous software, okay, into Koha, and it is in process to digitize in Koha software. There may be a crosswalk also. You may be doing it between Koha, that is the metadata to be there in Koha, and then you have a crosswalk with any of the digital library software. So thank you very much, Mr. Samdani, for your inputs, and much appreciative of your inputs posted in the chat box. So this is to ask you, there may be, okay, so hearing comes now, we are through with this, and just would like to now show you that what we are wanting to do in this Desire portal. So as the acronym Desire conveys, it took us time in devising this acronym to make it a more appealing and to make it also very comprehensive. That is digital, exclusive, and selective institutional resources for everyone. So it conveys not many aspects and concerns and desires of Delnet, which we tried to cover in this Desire portal. That is to have your institutional repositories. It will be a very, very exclusive institutional repository. It will be selective in nature. It's not that everything you are going to, make it available. It would be selective, or you would not be able to also have the entire, conversion of them available, because foremost important thing is that you need to hold a copyright. So in this particular portal, for everything that you do, there will be a declaration that an institution would be signing. There would be a special MOU that would be signing in, especially for this portal, where the institutions would be uploading their content onto Delnet. And that's for everyone. That's the thing, what we always remain concerned for, and that is for everyone. So for all the institutions, for all their users, it has to be used, and that's what we always put a focus on, this equitable access to information. Everyone should be equal enough in having an access to information. So I would just like to tell you, as I have already said, I would just skip this slide. So the main purpose has been to create a centralized digital repository, because we have been experiencing it. We have been conducting, I think, for past, at least, I remember it's since 2004 or 5, we have been organizing 5 days, even extensive workshops on digital library softwares, especially on DSpace we have been having, wherein we have been inviting, the eminent experts. We have been doing all, like keeping 50 systems ready, doing the installation, informing them how to uninstall, reinstall, and everything. But yes, we have been knowing fully about also the ground realities, and the ground realities which even are evident from the school results also, because it's not that just simply having an installation done. There is a huge amount of requirements which happens in terms of the manpower requirement, the trained manpower, the adequate hardware, the sustainability of the operations, that how long are you able to, is it a self-sustainable model that it can carry on, so, and it's a continuous process. So keeping that in view, we have been contemplating on this issue and have been desiring that we should have some solution for our libraries, encouraging them, that whatever content, the digital content that they have, because this is also helping out institutions in creating what we call the institutional memory. It's creating your own institutional memory. Being in the network, we know it. The institutions asking, like, their own annual report dating back 1967. They don't have a copy with their own selves, and they are looking around. Reason is because you have not been able to preserve the past. For future generations, it's very, very important that we preserve our past so that they can get to know what has been the past, of the respective organizations. This is a step in helping towards the institution in creating their own institutional memory. So this is an institutional memory of the organizations, which they can very well achieve through this design portal. And what we intend to do is that to index and catalog in the standardized format. We are shortly going to tell you what all is being covered in this. So the content would be accessible. Firstly, you have to upload. We will be giving you an authentication. You will be able to upload your entire repository, and there will be two interfaces which will be available in this. One will be your own institutional interface. So through the Delnet cloud, through on the Delnet servers, and let me also be very clear in mentioning that Delnet will be offered free of charge to our member institutions. We are building up our huge infrastructure, for this entire thing. So two interfaces. So you will be running your own digital library through Delnet. You will be having your own login password, and you will be able to see your own resources selectively of your own institution. And to again, I would like to stray, put a focus on this. This would be only that digital content, on which the institution holds a copyright. So as I said, there will be a specific MOU which will get signed. Whenever you upload a document, system will prompt you to sign that declaration that yes, you hold a copyright, your institution holds a copyright on this. And well, before we push it, we are again going to have a screening done of that. So two interfaces, one for your own institution, and other interface will be the network interface. So you are looking for a material, and a user would like to just have a look at its own institutional repository. You can very well do. In today's day and time, even the accreditation bodies, they ask you, do you have an IR? Do you have a digital library? Have you created your own digital library? Have you created your own IR? So you can proudly say, yes, we have created this, and this is being available here, because it is your repository. It is your, the content which is there. And the other version remains also one of the priority areas is to network, is to bring together networking of the content, to bring in all that content which is being contributed by the libraries. So the user will have another interface of a networked interface. So they will be able to search across whatsoever is there, the same way how you are accessing our union catalog of books and other materials, whatsoever has been contributed by others. Now, even with this, our best practices for data sharing, one can, if your data is being there, you can put your library code and you can put a searching string, any keyword, result sets will be only of your library. Similarly here, two interfaces, one for your own, so you can just switch over. You can switch over your own interface, your users can see, you can put on your website, this is your own institutional repository, and you would be able to get that. And the other interface will be our network interface. So document upload facility, it will be basically, you will be uploading your content. We would be using the Dublin core metadata elements. We will be giving you the entire, we are going to run also very exclusive training programs, online programs to educate you about, but this is going to be a very, very user-friendly thing. So we are going to give you the Dublin core metadata, element sheet in which you have to mention all your catalog entry of that with a link of, that particular the full text. So you will be uploading. Once you upload the metadata, and then you may have a resource already resident somewhere. You are most welcome. Even you can be in a position, but yes, you want to upload those files. So there can be a bulk upload or a batch upload, you will be able to do, or even an individual document can also be uploaded to Delnet. And so a bulk upload, you will be able to upload that entire Dublin core metadata file to Delnet. It will come over to us, or you selectively want to do it. So this entire metadata will be in the XLX format, and which we are going to share with you, and you have to fill in your details in that and upload, or it can be an individual document also you will be able to do. I have already mentioned it to you about copyright declaration statement. For once you do that, so you would be approving that the material that you are uploading, you hold a copyright on that, and you agree to share the resource with others. So it's a full text resource, and you want someone to see your annual report or the photographs or the question papers of your institution or the university, and you agree to that yes, you agree to share that, because sharing is caring is what is the mantra of Delnet, with which we are working for last 30 years, and will always carry on that work of sharing the resources, sharing the common concerns, and helping each other. The document categories, I would just like to mention that the kind of categories, and I really request you to use the chat box to just put in what do you think other than these can be the categories for digital library, on which the kind of material that you have in your libraries for which you would like to contribute and to upload the full text. So you can have books is being published by you, the rare books of your own library, and you want to really make it available. Thesis, dissertations, reports of your institution, conference papers, question papers, manuscripts, photographs, videos. Again, the videos, we have already shown it to you. Some of the journals being published by your institution. We do receive a large number of requests, in fact, from number of institutions who have published their journals, and they want to get it included, in fact, also in Delnet. Some of the rare books that you may have, or a course learning material which has been made. So please use the chat box. I would appreciate if you can just let us know some other kind of a material. We are going to also write it to you. You can always let us know what other kind of a material that you feel that you may be requiring to get covered. So I have requested you, but it seems I would just once again would like to request you, if you may just like to mention some of the material, but you can always otherwise let us know later also. There's no issues about it, but we are reviewing it, and we are again, once the portal gets ready, well before we make it operational, we are again going to have your continuous feedback on that. So metadata indexing, so I already told you we are going to use a Dublin core metadata schema for this, and this would contain the metadata which can be entered in English and also on the other regional and foreign languages. A search, there can be a metadata search, it can be a free text OCR will be done for English to start off, and then we'll also see for other languages. Advanced search options would also be available. Document viewer and support for multiple file formats, so we are going to have an embedded PDF viewer. We'll also have a support for multiple file formats, so various different file formats would be available. Also safeguarding the data preservation standard. This is a very important, what they call PDF/A. It's a family of ISO standard, which is intended for a long-term preservation of page-oriented documents, for which PDF is already being used in practice. So this is to safeguard that if there are any the format changes happens with the passage of time, it should be able to take care of that. There should not be any format incompatibility issues. No, this is to comply with the format compatibility. So we are doing that. Multilingual support, it will have all the Unicode standard in place, and then also there will be a support for uploading, storage, and viewing of the documents in English and in other vernacular languages. User input in vernacular language, one can do that. You can type it in your own, and the system is going to tell you in which particular script would you like to get it done. document versioning. So this is also one of the feature in this, wherein we are going to have the same document. We have got 5 institutions who have contributed to it. So you will be creating, and we are also trying right now, it may, with the passage of time, we may also do a screening, the screening of the documents being with the quality, or to have some kind of an AI to come into place so that it's able to detect what would be the best quality document. So it's a versioning which will be done. So the different versions of the same documents, because at times it happens, we do encounter those kinds of issues that, that specific particular resource may not be having a very good quality, and the user is wanting just to refer to that specific page. So those kind of things can be taken care of. So the various versions of the same documents contributed by various libraries would be available. Support for visually impaired users. So we are also going to have the guidelines as being followed for Indian government websites, including the kind of font size, and also increasing and decreasing the light and other things that we are going to do. We're just showing it to you to mention that you can see here there's a font size, and this is complying with this. So there is a compliant websites guidelines for Indian government websites, and also the DAISY consortium, which also gives the guidelines for it. Text to speech, this is what we are doing it, and this is also for our for all communities, and also for our differently abled population, our users with the low vision or visually impaired. We really want to have a text to speech, wherein the text can be converted into a speech, and then using an API, this can be further be transmitted. So this will also have this password management will be there, access control. So the users, the member institutions will have a provision to view, upload, download, and also to delete if they have done. And then system action reports and analytics. So full analytical reports will be there. There will be an institution-wise data upload report, how much uploads you have done, in which categories you have done, and all those details will also be there. The same way how you generate your usage statistics of Delnet, same way for also for your data uploading, it will be there. Even a data utilization, how many of the users have come down and used that particular resource. So we would be doing that. Backup and restore would be a facility. Also for security, because it is a full text data which will be there, we have not many of the encryption schemes, techniques which we are going to implement in this. Already we have done fairly a good amount of work in this entire brainstorming. Dynamic watermarking will be there, which will also contain the watermark logo of the institution who has contributed that. So you will have, and this will be a dynamic watermarking once the data gets streamed. So that watermark of that institution will go along with the document, and no one will be able to tamper with it. So we have a number of other things also to have an SSL, which will be there, and we will be providing the user trainings and the training documents which will be available. So would like to quickly now ask you questions, and I would just like to ask you a question, and this is, let me just see how many questions. Yes, we have got. Okay, let me just ask you a question, and the question is, would you like to participate in the Delnet Desire portal? So would you like to participate, you being a member, because you would be having a large number of your own content on which, and it is your discretion. It is your discretion that what you would like to share, what you would like to put in your institutional repository. And as we said, there would be 2 interfaces. One interface is like your virtual institutional repository. It's your digital institutional repository. You can very well can mention that URL anywhere and everywhere, that this is my institutional repository, which is being there. So please do kindly let us know, would you like to come forward? We can see fairly a good number of our users today have expressed that yes, they would like to be a part of this. So thank you very much. more than 75% had opined that they would. And then some of them, I do fully understand your concern. At around 22% have said that you would like to, explore. Means definitely you have to seek, the necessary permissions and all that. But as we said, this is to help our member institutions, to help our libraries in. We want to make you more visible. We want to make you more empowered, and want to ensure that. And we know that, not everyone has got the same infrastructures or even a connectivity. We are seeing it in these online platforms. Even connectivity still remains a very, very major issue. And also providing a 24/7 support, having a manpower to manage it. It's a continuous process. It's not only once you are going to upload, it's an every day you will be having. And once you have a ready-made thing, so it's like a ready-made portal is there, you want to upload whatever content you want to do. But yes, definitely we have to strictly abide by the copyright restrictions, so on which you hold a copyright. And as we said, this is your contribution of our own library and information science professionals for creating an institutional memory of your organization. So you are able to tell any point of time you really want us, you want to put in your own repository. We can always help you out in doing that. Now here comes the question, and question is, do you have a dedicated internet high-speed link in the library? We just really want to see that how many of our libraries have got a very high-speed link. Why we are asking you this question is, once you want to upload, you may have the question papers, you may have a digital copies of the documents. As 23% of you have said that you have the digital content, but you don't have a software. That clearly indicates that you have got the scanning done, you have got the digitization done, but you are still looking around for a software, for a platform, for a portal, somewhere how to make it accessible and available. So we are just wanting to see how many of our libraries has got a high speed, because if you have a high speed, then yes, you can very well manage the things yourself. This is to see, do you have any further dependencies, you have to, or so very encouraging to see 87% of our attendees, professional colleagues here today have said you have got a very good high-speed internet link. Very, very happy to see this. One question that we would like to ask you, and the question is, do you have the availability of institutional full-text copyrighted content in digital format? It can be annual reports, photographs, it can be many things, on which you hold a copyright, the institution hold a copyright. Do you have them as a digital copy? Have you digitized them? Have you converted them? And I'm aware about, also we are fully knowing about this fact that one of the most deterrent factor has been, means even you being a professional, you approach the head of the institution saying, sir, we want to go for a digitization. And the next question that you may be encountering from them is how and what you are going to do with that if you don't have adequate software, or you don't have a platform, who is going to manage that? We are fully knowing about this fact, and that's the reason for the genesis of this entire desire portal. And desire, it's a genuine desire. It's a true to the core. It's a very, very genuine desire of Delnet to help out the institutions. We are trying to see why we are asking you so many questions is, we just want to see the gap areas which are there, and we just want to see how well can we do something. Can be a small ripple in this entire ocean? Can we be in a position to do something? So thank you very much for this. And to this question, wherein we had asked, do you have the availability of your institutional, your own material on which you hold a copyright? Do you have it available as a digital, in the digital format? 42% of you have said yes. 31% of you, 1/3, have said no, you don't have it in the digital form. 27% of you have said you are in the process of digitizing them. So that's how we have also tried to ask you these questions in order to get the kind of thing. This is a question from Mrs. Sunita Parikji, who is wanting to know, is it customized or can be accessible by anyone? Sunita ji, I would just like to mention that we are going to have, this would be, as you can understand, this would be a very state-of-the-art portal we are making. Firstly, only for our member institutions. Number two, the username and password will be disclosed only to the librarian and to the head of the institution. We are not going to disclose this login password for uploading, because there has to be very, responsible authorities to take care of uploading this content, And we do have in this, wherein even the password can get changed on rotation, in our this thing. So we are, when designing it also, in order to safeguard that it is the authorized officials only who will be doing. And when we say that, is it customized? Because it will be an interface which will be available. And as I said, once we are going to make it available, well before that, at least we are going to have some 2-3 sessions, brainstorming sessions, again with the beta version, again inviting our colleagues from our institutions to give us their feedback. But customized in a way, if you say that someone says, no, not like this, do it like this, you can appreciate that it would not be really feasible, to have per institution kind of a thing, because we talk about the institutions running into thousands. But yes, we would like to really see to it that we are able to fulfill, the needs and requirements of a larger number, 100%, we would like to do it. And that's the reason more deliberations are there. And when we say that more customized, even if you have, in spite of doing all this, still you have something, we can always look into those aspects, because we are the strong believers in the fact, never ever, not to say, but not even to whisper a no. And we hold our member institutions always in great respect and admiration. And we would always be willing, to do to the best of our capacities and capabilities. So we can always think about that, and that's the reason why we brainstorm. So we are, at least because it's a very ambitious big project of ours, so we really would be brainstorming it, and we can assure you another 1.5 months time, we are going to come back again to all our member institutions. We are going to give you the first glimpse of this entire thing, that how it's going to, because already we have brainstormed, we have done enormous of our deliberations on this, and how we are able to mention about it right now. Let me just ask you a question, and the question is, would you like Delnet to create a best practices manual? Would you like to create a best practices manual for digitization? I think it's not visible right now. What's the reason for it? I'm not able to see what has been the reason of you not being able to see this. I believe it is already being launched, and it has already been launched, but I'm not able to see this. I'm not able to figure out the reason for this, that why I'm not able to. I have, okay, I'm a little bit surprised at why we are. So that question has been, but you can very well, I don't, something happened, we were not able to launch that question, but the question was, let me just tell you, because we can't really relaunch it. It just got stuck somehow. And the question was, would you like Delnet to create a best practices manual for developing IRs and digital preservation and archiving? Because this is yet another manual on which Delnet would like to sincerely work on. That simultaneously, along with this portal, we would be working on this, and also would like to tell you that these all manuals that we are creating, whether we talk about disaster management in libraries or a cybersecurity in institutions with special reference to libraries, these are all going to be made available to our institutions, to everyone. It's not going to be any prize publication or anything. No, that's a contribution of Delnet for sensitizing our own professional colleagues, about the things. And let me just share with you, though we have not been able to get your inputs on this, but let me just share with you that we have been wanting to develop this, and this will go as a parallel work. Parallel to the Desire portal, we would also be working on this best practices manual for developing IRs and for digital preservation and archiving. As I said, contributing for institutional memory, we should be able to have the right preservation. And we have also shown you the features which are there, that even the PDF format that you are creating right now, maybe after 10 years, 15 years, there should not be any kind of a format compatibility issues. So these documents which are being there, they have to remain in a kind of it's a format independent thing that we really want to have these documents in, so that the future generations, the future consumers of this, users of this, should not get affected. So we are working on that, though I'm sorry we have not been able to get your inputs, but I do fully hope that all of you must have been wanting us to work on this, and we are certainly going to have a detailed manual prepared on this. Let me quickly ask you a question, and the question here gets launched. Do you have a library web page? It seems that we are having some issue right now. Do you have, it's taking a little longer it seems, do you have a library web page on your institutional website or an exclusive library website? We are just wanting to know from you, do you have a library web page on your institutional website or on your exclusive library website? Please bear with us. You may find some of the questions that you may feel that why we are wanting to ask. We just want to get certain information. Reason is because in some of our past webinars, our colleagues have been requesting to hold some webinar sessions on the website development, on the pre-website launching and all. So we are just wanting to gather some information about it. So thank you very much for this. 69%, as I could see right now, 69% of you have said yes, you do have. 39%, 31% of you have said no, you don't have it. So this gives us, some introspect we need to do. Let me ask you yet another question, and the question is, would you like Delnet? It's taking a little time in getting it broadcasted, because we are able to see that it's taking a time. Would you? It's taking time in getting broadcasted, because I'm seeing this also on a mobile device. That's how you are able to see this. Would you like Delnet to create a centralized Ask Delnet members portal wherein any query can be asked and answered by members? Because we are seeing it that it is like a question point. Some of you may be knowing about it, and this is Ask a Service. We do it in the individual libraries that you can ask, but we really want to, we want to again create that an environment, of that connections and collaborations, and this would be moderated by Delnet, wherein we want to create a platform wherein one member institution, you can be our own library professionals, it can be any researcher or a faculty or anyone who may like to ask. So the message would get broadcasted among the member institutions and moderated by Delnet, and someone else may, answer to that query. And because it would again help in building up, kind of a common platform wherein everyone would be helping everyone. So we really want to get your inputs, because we are talking about right now, let me just tell you, we are talking about a couple of things which we have been wanting in the next session, and it's being a kind of a merge session, because these are some of the newer projects that we have it in mind, and we just want to have your inputs also. How do you feel about it? Do you feel? Because we feel that there is a need to do that, and you can just scan in a very selective group, because there's a huge number of our institutions and in a particular disciplines, and we are into the world of cross-disciplinary research. So and this will be creating a kind of a very big environment of wherein anyone would feel comfortable in asking, and someone who has has already something to contribute, they can be in a position to help. So thank you very much. As is evident, 89% of you have said yes. So we would definitely be coming back to you in next few months' time with some of the results. Let me now ask you, have you created a mobile app for your library? Have you created? I'm sorry, it's taking a little longer in getting it. I'm clicking on, but it's taking a little longer in getting it displayed. Have you created a mobile app for your library? Requesting you to please give your feedback. Requesting you to please give your feedback. It seems that we are having please give us your feedback. Have you created a mobile app for your library? I believe we are having a little issue right now because we are able to see, though the time is getting elapsed, but I believe we are not able to. I have to close this because I believe I'm not able to get your inputs on this. Some of the glitch, we have encountered. We would come back to you. Now, these are the quick questions. We have precisely 25 minutes. Out of this, 10 minutes, I would just like to request you, because of paucity of time, we may not be able to, put the questions here. Thank you very much, Dr. Ishtiyaq Hussain Bhatt, for telling me that it's visible. I have also been able to see, but we were not able to get the result sets. I think it got stuck somewhere. We would just like to request you, not necessarily right now, you may just think about it. We would also be writing to you about it. And there are a couple of questions on which we really want, because of paucity of time, we would have really loved to have deliberations and interactions on this, but there are a couple of things on which we really want to have inputs from each one of you. And we would be writing to you as a follow-up of our discussions today. We would be wanting to ask you about it. Please inform various sectors in which Delnet should expand its services. I'm just requesting you, using the chat box, if you may like to mention about it. What are the various sectors in which you think Delnet should expand its services? As we are, this is to tell you, I hope so that I'm audible. Yes, I have my colleague, Mr. Kushal, whom I always ask for the signals whenever I have some issues. So he has given me a thumbs up. Yes, it's audible. So this is for Mr. Dutal Rajeshwar that you have said that, Madam, I can't hear you. So requesting you to just have a cross check again. So please, you are most welcome to post your inputs, if not necessarily right now. I know that it has been a long day for you, though we found it a very shorter one, the shortest one. We would have loved and like to have more deliberations with you, but we are going to, you can expect an email from us requesting you to give your inputs on this. Think about it. How do you feel that, what are the various sectors in which Delnet should expand its services? And you may write to us, and we would appreciate your inputs. Please inform any specific new innovative services to be introduced by Delnet. Thank you for giving us your feedback on a couple of newer projects that we have been planning and thinking about it loudly. But yes, you have shown us a way ahead, and we are really going to take your suggestions and would start working on a couple of them, and would be very pleased to come back to you and to tell you that what we have done on the basis of your suggestions to us. You are most welcome. Please do remain communicative. That's what it's not necessarily through the webinars only. You have to do anytime you feel that there is a need. Please do remember that Delnet always eagerly look forward to getting the suggestions, getting the advice, and that's how you give us a chance to improvise on our services, on our resources, and give us a chance to grow. So please do kindly think about that, and you can always write. Also kindly mention any specific new coverage of content or portal in Delnet you want it. You can do Please indicate any specific core areas to impart training skill sets to library and information science professionals by Delnet. Please do let us know if you think. Also, we would like to, this is also yet another planning in the pipeline, that we have, and that is the Delnet should introduce specific certificate programs for the LIS professionals. We are again loudly thinking about it, and also trying to see if we have some good the finest collaborations done, and also to have some of the international faculty involved with it, and to provide it as a certificate programs from Delnet for our LIS professionals. So we are wanting to do that. This is from Dr. Vishali Danpate, who would like to know, can Delnet give a single search portal service? Dr. Vishali, I would just like to mention, if you really see the Delnet Discovery Portal, it's a single window search, but definitely when we talk about a single window search, it would be the resources that are being offered. And then you can't really integrate all kinds of resources which are being there through this, and you have to give, though one has to, but if you think about that, a single search portal service to the member institutions, there are some of the commercial vendors, and all of us are aware about it, who are doing this kind of a thing, a single search portal service to the member libraries. I think this may require some time for Delnet to do that. So we may like to, it is too early for us to comment on this, but yes, definitely we would be, wanting to introduce, as we have been deliberating on a couple of very newer projects, as we are wanting to see that we are able to bring in as diverse the content as required for the diverse library users, the academicians, researchers, scholars, any discipline it can be. So it's like bringing together the scattered resources. It can be any kind of a resource, as you can have seen in the Vision portal. It's bringing the intellectual, contributions of these faculty members, bringing it together, create a repository, let the users know, because the knowledge is not only being simply through the resource that we have. They themselves have become an asset. They are a resource, a source and a resource at the same time. So really want to look beyond, a very, conventional ways of the ways we have been doing. We have to really see what all. But yes, definitely these can be something that we would be wanting to do. If Vanessa will be given, which will add to the website. This is, Dr. Vishali, you have said that, on your library portal, you want to give a single window search for Delnet. We really want, this would not be, because we are covering up the diverse information resources of diverse kind belonging to the diverse institutions. It's not a one single library resource which is being there. I strongly don't foresee that in the not so immediately. It's not currently on the agenda. But yes, once you looked up, because we really want the user to come. I would like to mention that we really want the user to come to the Delnet portal, because with a single window search, let me be very honest in mentioning that we have to, when we are wanting to inspire a user to use it, this this provision of only a single window searching, everything remains invisible to a user, and not every user is not the at the same level. When we are talking about the students, you have to really encourage them, and that's what we have shown it to you, the categories, search by categories. Not everyone would be really come, they won't be knowing, and it's like making the visible things invisible. You are not able to tell them, just you put out single window search and everything remains hidden. They don't know, and not everyone would have the adequate skill sets to really unearth those the things which are hidden. So we have to also at the same time make the things visible. Tell them, what is this? This is this. This is this. You want to go for this? Go ahead. Because it's just single window search has got its own, fine. But in addition to that, you should also be in a position to
give them some like a different categories, like the people, because we have to cater and to help and fulfill, and we have to also motivate those who are really not in that level right now, especially our young students who are there. They are not acquainted much in how to make a search. You know, they may think about it, but then they are not able to translate that thinking into the writing, into those keywords that we ask them. But if you just make it black and white to them and tell that, okay, fine, these are the 6 things, you want to go to this, you want to go this, you are in a way also inspiring them. So this is for you, Dr. Vishali, and thank you very much for your inputs. This is from Dr. Rugma M, who said, thank you very much, who said that Delnet should introduce specific certificate programs for BLIC students and also internships for them. So this is definitely we would like, and also thank you very much, Dr. Jamna Rani, who said that yes, Delnet should think about having certificate programs for LIS professionals. Mr. Muthu Bharati has said digital format of resources can easily be found in Delnet portal, according to this is already there. Dr. Muthu Bharati, our services, as you are being from our member, it's meant for the member institutions, and those who are the members, they will definitely be able to do that. Online resources portal for PhD scholars. Online resources portal for PhD scholars free of charge. Paramjit, if this is the question from Paramjit from All India, this is Management Association, AMA, All India Management Association, who is wanting to know whether the online resources portal for PhD scholars free or chargeable. Paramjit, as long as they are your bona fide users of AMA and being at Lodi Road in Delhi, because we know that you have got enormous centers across the country, only for Delhi center, you can offer them, because AMA Delhi is a member, they can very well can do. But if we think about that they are being scattered, we are also would like to tell you, we have not much to say because of paucity of time, not able to do. Delnet would soon be launching our Delnet Digital Knowledge Center, opening our membership for researchers and scholars, wherein the researchers and scholars, they have to tell us what are they working on, what is their research project, from where they are doing it. And yes, we would be opening up, and it would be a very special, different kind of a membership for Delnet Digital Knowledge Center, which we again intend to offer. That is on our agenda, to get it functional soon and to announce it. But yes, because this would be altogether an individual membership, but individual membership only for researchers and scholars. Also would like to tell you that Delnet is also working in creating a massive portal for a competition preparation material, competition preparatory material, again in the various Indian languages. So we are in the process of doing that. We are also in the process of developing a major portal for public libraries, as that's also one of our priority areas, that we should be able to have an exclusive portal for public libraries. And yes, for our researchers and scholars, we want to have a very exclusive, this Delnet Digital Knowledge Centers, wherein we are going to do. This is from Mr. Nagamadri. From Atlas Skill University, if I'm not wrong, yes, from Mumbai, who is wanting to ask, are you going to charge for creating an IR? We have no plans to do that, because we really want to encourage our libraries to come together and to encourage them in creating their digital repository and having accessibility. So no, not at all. We have no plans, for making it a chargeable. No, we don't want to really put in any kind of, restriction in that, and we really want and help the libraries that they should be able to do. This is from Dr. Santosh Kumar Jha, who would like to say that Indian Heritage Knowledge Center is required to be introduced by Delnet. Dr. Jha, if I'm not wrong, we do have some of our very premier projects of Government of India, including this India Cultural portal, which is being there. There have been some of the very major initiatives being taken up by some of the institutions. So we really, would like to see, maybe with the passage of time, yes, and also to collaborate with the other institutions who are already doing it. And because we have to ensure it should be like a one portal wherein one can get anything and everything, of a particular area that we try to do. Thank you very much, Dr. Jha, for your very kind suggestion about it. We can see Sajita, this is from Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, Chennai, who is wanting to see consortia for plagiarism software. Sajita, I would also like to once again inform all our, participants, our own professional colleagues here today, that Delnet has now introduced this drill bit software on which we had hold the sessions, and on 16th of June. Not 16th, it was 18th of June, and would like to mention that Drillbit software is being now offered under the Delnet Consortia for 300 documents checking. It's an annual subscription of 48,000 rupees, which is inclusive of GST. Again, early next week, you are going to get, all our members are going to get a very formal communication about that. This has been now on the agenda to inform our members in a very formal manner. And if you want even a trial access, we will be very happy, to get that. So that is for checking 300 documents for annual subscription, 48,000 rupees, and it's already there. We have already signed an MOU with Balani Infotech about, for this. So we would be happy to do that. We expect net exam courses for LIS professionals. We expect, this is from Dr. Jamuna Rani, we expect net exam courses for LIS professionals. I think, maybe for preparation or something, we can always see for, I would request you, Dr. Jamuna Rani, to please drop me an email. I just want to be clarified. You want question papers, you want some helping, online sessions for net exams, how to crack net exam. We would be very happy to have some sessions organized. We would be happy to do that. I just request you, please do that. Okay, so this is a one of the suggestions from Mr. Chetan Matare, who said he is from yes, from Karnataka, from I'm forgetting, I think nearby to Belgaum, and who is wanting to say that Delnet should introduce online faculty development programs for working library professionals as faculty development programs. Online, definitely, as FDP programs, we can think about it. So Mr. Swapnil Srivastava also said that yes, certificate program for LIS professionals we should do, and FDP level programs, we can have a different levels in that. We can have a different levels. I think that's what I could feel that from this deliberation. What all will be covered in the proposed certificate programs. This is from Dr. Rukma M. As I said, we are working on this. Again, we are going to have a brainstorm. We won't do anything without having you on board, and you would be, you all, our library and information science professionals, are the best ones to advise us. So we are going to talk about it because we are going to have some of these programs, very pinpointed ones. There can be some of the programs which will be a more generic one, but yes, there will be some which will be very exclusive and very selective in nature for a different set of our library professionals. So we are onto it. We are onto it. If there are any further suggestions, I'm able to almost, I think, refresher course also required. Yes, Sunita ji, we have been receiving a large number of requests from some of our users for the refresher courses. We would, and once we decide about our certificate programs and other programs, Delnet would then be wanting to approach UGC and for doing, and we would like to do more of these online programs. And there can be some very selective programs which are being done in the physical space, but we really want more and more professionals to get benefited out of this. And that's the entire reason why we are really wanting some of the programs, we can definitely have it in the hybrid mode. But one thing is for sure, today on this occasion of the 30th birthday of Delnet, I would like to say that all our programs, whatsoever we are going to do, whatever programs will be done by Delnet, it will always be in the hybrid mode. It will never happen that you would come across that Delnet has organized something somewhere, wherever, whatever we would do, it would always be in a hybrid. Let me also share with you that Delnet is very much now wanting to do this year's NACLIN 2022, which is the Silver Jubilee of the NACLIN. We are planning out to do it in the first week of December in Goa, and we would like to really keep that commitment of NACLIN 2020, which we couldn't really hold it, as all of us are aware about it. So we would like to do that, and that again would be in a hybrid mode. We really want each one of you also to join in, and we may have our, in the physical environment, holding it over there. But as I said, whatever we would be doing it can never be there that it would be just in a physical environment. No, because we have been able to find, that the kind of an impact, and also it's besides that, the real, the utilization of the time and efforts and everything, and it's more participative. We really want everyone to be there on board, and each one of you be there with us, and that gives us much desired, motivation and inspiration. We have a couple of others from Mr. Kantilal Tamhane. He has said should have a repository of GR. Important for librarians. For example, librarians can get associate professor grade without PhD. We really can't think about it, because this is doing an exclusive, continuous CPD programs, continuing professional development programs, as FDP programs, as certificate programs, as maybe a number of others, refresher courses as we could gather. Not many, I think, recommendations which has come out of this. So we would be really happy to have very exclusive brainstorming sessions on them, but definitely Delnet is keen enough to offer in that particular area. So you are there with us, each one of you are there with us, so we remain highly determined to go ahead, and you are the ones who would be the best advisors to give us the right kind of an advice to proceed, as all of you belonging with a kind of our institutions, all diverse kind of institutions, members, non-members, it's a professionals, all of you, and you hold great experience. We would really be counting on each one of you to give us a very good feedback, and give us a direction, tell us, and we would really remain committed, in doing that. So this looks like we are now, I just need to have a look, we are at 4:23 right now. And would like to ask you, I hope so, that this question should get transmitted to you. And the question is, which is getting, I am just keeping the fingers crossed that this question should be able to be there. And I'm just trying now to see, yes. I think we are having, but I'm not able to get. My colleague has shown that it is getting, but I'm not able to see. How did you find today's deliberations at this program? I really am afraid why it's not, it's still getting stuck. I believe in, it's getting stuck. It's really getting stuck. I'm not able to figure out myself. Yes, it has now come. But I hope so that if it's visible, but I'm not able to see anyone. It's not able to. It seems that, but your participation, we did not really, your participation, your deliberations, your, very, very active engagements today have been, the best part of today's, this entire, the program that we have organized on the occasions of 30 years of Delnet. Yes, I could see that. I think it's getting stuck. It's perfectly fine. I just want to now ask and request you, as we are now on the closure of our program, I just want to request our colleagues, if you may like to say something, our attendees, if you may like to say something, we would be wanting to tell you if you just want to say something. So this is more now a feedback session. So if you may like to say something, you are most welcome to raise your digital hand, and we will be very, very happy to give you an audio control. So this is a feedback session, requesting you, if you may like to say something. We have some of our colleagues, Babita Yadav, who may like to say something. Yes, Babita, we are connected right now. Babita, we are connected right now. You would like to say something? No, it seems that there is an... let me just quickly move on to see. We have Chaba Ratna Kumari. Chaba Ratna Kumari, you have raised your digital hand. Please unmute yourself. Chaba Ratna Kumari. I believe not able to do that. I think I'm just trying to see that if we have someone else, because I know that you have a long day and maybe now we have Dr. Puttu Swami. I'm just trying to establish a connect. Dr. Puttu Swami, I have unmuted you, requesting you to unmute yourself. Dr. Puttu Swami, could you please unmute yourself? I believe we are having some issue currently. Dr. Puttu Swami, could you please unmute yourself? I'm not able to do that. I'm just quickly moving on to see. Let me just see. We have, okay, Dr. Anuradha Seth. I believe, Anuradha, you have, asked your question through that. Perhaps for that, you have mentioned about it. Let me just quickly see. Dr. Kiran R. Okay, Dr. Kiran, it's nice to see you. I have unmuted you, Dr. Kiran. Raja Rajeshwari Medical College, Dr. Kiran from Bangalore. Dr. Kiran, could you please...
good afternoon, madam. Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, very much.
Yes, okay. Yeah, about the Drillbit software you have said, plagiarism. It is charge of 48,000 rupees for 300 documents. Whether it is only for the thesis or research articles also, we can do it. Number of lists.
It can be for anything. 300 documents can be anything.
Okay, if articles means it is counted, man. Even 2 pages also, if you uploaded, it is counted, man.
It is one document. It is one document. As many number of times you upload a document for checking, it can be a thesis, it can be an article of 20 pages or a 2 pages that gets counted. That's counted. So 300 we have, 300. And even we have a trial access also for 5 documents checking. There is a trial access. So if you wish, we can even, you can write us an email and we can get a trial access also activated.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for joining. Thank you very much for joining today, Dr. Kiran. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a pleasure. That's what I was telling you, that we would always be wanting to have this hybrid mode. We have Dr. V. Senthur Velmurugan. Dr. V. Senthur Velmurugan, we are connected. This is for Dr. V. Senthur Velmurugan. We are connected right now. Would you like to say something? I believe Dr. Velmurugan is not able to, though it showed that we are connected. This is for Gayatri B. This is for Mrs. Gayatri B. Gayatri, could you please unmute yourself? Gayatri, could you please unmute yourself? Gayatri B. Gayatri is not able to do. We will we are just moving ahead. This is for Mr. Ishtiaq Hussain Bhatt. Mr. Bhatt, I have unmuted you. Mr. Bhatt, you are connected right now. This is for Mr. Ishtiyaq Hussain Bhatt. We have unmuted you. We are connected right now. I think Mr. Bhatt is not able to. Gina Nair, Gina, I believe you had asked at that time and you had still, I'll just try to establish a connect with you. Gina Nair, but Gina, can you unmute yourself if you would like to say something? This is, let me just go through all because don't want to miss out on any opportunity to connect with you. This is for Madeline Benjamin. Madeline, I'm extremely sorry, can't really give you an audio connect because there is no audio device. It's not showing any audio device with your connection. Just trying to go through and seeing if we have any further. This is for Dr. Raja N. Dr. Raja N, could you please unmute yourself? Raja N, could you please unmute yourself? Yes.
Yes, madam.
Yes, would you like to say something? Yeah. You have raised your hand. Would you like to say something?
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. This also happens at times in the online, that when we are connected, we want to, click on to see. We always have, so it is, I'm just inching towards, please bear with us. This is for Savan Kumar Prasad. We have from A, we have reached to S, and we have to go till Z. So Mr. Savan Kumar Prasad, yes, we are connected.
Hello, ma'am.
Mr. Prasad,
good evening.
Yes, yeah, very good evening. Would
Hello,
you like
ma'am.
to say
Good
something? Very good evening. Very good evening.
मैम ये क्वेश्चन जैसे आपने लिखा है कि सर्टिफिकेट प्रोग्राम फॉर LIS प्रोफेशनल्स, तो सर्टिफिकेट प्रोग्राम्स तो एक्चुअली सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज में होते ही हैं। मैं चाह रहा था इसमें कि डेलनेट कुछ नया इनोवेशन करे, कुछ ट्रेनिंग दे सॉफ्टवेयर रिलेटेड, जैसे जितने भी नए डिजिटल सॉफ्टवेयर्स आ रहे हैं, डी स्पेस, ई प्रिंट्स और इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिपोजिटरी, ऑटोमेशन सॉफ्टवेयर की ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है डेलनेट के द्वारा, तो ये ज़्यादा बेनिफिशियल होता है लाइब्रेरी प्रोफेशनल्स के लिए।
थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर इनपुट्स मिस्टर सावन। आपको बस इतना ही हम कहना चाहेंगे, ये अभी हमने इसके लिए अभी कुछ इसका कोई क्या कुछ कवरेज होगा, क्या होगा, कुछ नहीं है। जहां हम ट्रेनिंग की बात करते हैं, स्पेशली ऑन टेक्निकल सॉफ्टवेयर, वी हैव बीन, हम पिछले कम से कम आउट ऑफ राइट फ्रॉम द वेरी बिगनिंग, मतलब इवन इफ आई रिमेम्बर ड्यूरिंग 97-98 डेलनेट उस टाइम के अंदर भी, जब हम एक स्मॉल छोटे से एक रूम साइज में थे एट इंडिया इंटरनेशनल सेंटर, along with NIC, we used to offer, in the physical environment. Even we have been the ones, जिन्होंने World Wide Web के ऊपर, website designing के ऊपर, what is internet. Even we had the, our day-long programs, how you can search internet, how you can search, for a particular material. In 98, 99, we have been doing that. अब हम जब बात कर रहे हैं ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स के लिए, ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम इज अ लिटिल डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट, बिकॉज उसमें बहुत सारे, जब हम टेक्निकल की बात करते हैं, you can't really do it purely in a kind of online. You need to have a little more hand holding done. तो अभी जो आज हमने जिक्र किया, ये certificate, it's not necessarily to be called as a certificate program. There would be as I said, there would be a number of different kind of programs which were there, but definitely we want to do it more as a continuing professional development programs and more as a certification. And these certifications can be, when we say certificate program, it's not a, there can be collaborations done with some of our most premier institutions across. It can be anywhere, and very selectively also, at least in some 8-10 categories will be there in that. And but thank you very much for this input that we should do. और ये जो है, आप अगर open source हम softwares की बात करते हैं, we have been doing it, and now we are more oriented in creating a kind of so what happens is 25 people, 30 people will come in a physical environment. आप उनको 5 days training देते हैं. You again go back and you ask them, do you want, how many of them would implement it? So we really want to do now the things which can benefit a large number of institutions and our own library professionals. So more orientation for online, but at the same time also to do it many of the things in the physical environment. So thank you very much for the suggestion, and we are certainly going to come back with a detailed proposal on this to all the LIS professionals. Yes, yes. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr.
ma'am.
Saban. Thank you very much. Thanks. I would just like to mention that we are just, Mr. Sonu Kumar, there's no audio device. I can't really give you an audio control. It seems that we are now on the this is for Visa Lakshmi. Visa Lakshmi, would you like to, you have raised your digital hand. This is for Visa Lakshmi. Would you like to say something? Visa Lakshmi. This is the question posted by Naga Madri saying, what is the probable time to make available these two services on the Delnet? For the first one, the Vision Portal, we are thinking about maximum. We are in the early now of on 30th June. So most probably by mid of August, we would be able to launch it. We can because we are much keen that the library should come forward and give us fairly a good number of their video lectures for this. So it entirely depends on the kind of a response the libraries they do. The more faster each one of you contributes to it, we will be more faster. You know, we have shown you everything is ready enough and we can make it. For the Desire portal, definitely one can see somewhere around by early October, we can think about for the Desire portal to be made operational, at least the beta version of it. The beta version by early October, and we won't take in that more than a 15 days time, but we really want the libraries to come forward and to become a partner in that entire initiative. So that's so each one of us is going to drive these portals. You are going to be the deciders that how quickly and how wider would be the coverage of the resources, because you are the ones who have to contribute for it. But definitely we are going to write it to you about it, and we will be very happy to do that. So it has been a wonderful pleasure. It seems now we are at the closure of the session, and I know that many of you would be in the institutions, and then you have to also move for the day. So it has been a great honor and pleasure having each one of you, and I take this opportunity to thank all our invited speakers, and would like to thank the Honorable President of India, the Honorable President of Delnet, Shri K. Jayakumarji, who has been very kind in gracing the occasion today in being there today with us, though he was being occupied, but he was able to spare time in being there, in gracing and sharing his words of wisdom. And as he said, that knowledge can be a standalone. Knowledge collaborations has to happen in a network mode. And yes, the time has come for Delnet now to really demonstrate, to show to our institutions that we are there for you in building up, in creating those repositories, not only for the current generations, also for the generations to come. We are much grateful to Dr. S.S. Murthy, the Vice President of Delnet, and also a member of Delnet, who has worked closely with Dr. Kaul right from the very inception of Delnet. So we are much grateful to you, sir, for your presence, for sharing your insights, and also you have very wonderfully have deliberated about the mission for library networking, sharing and spreading knowledge, and empowering libraries and inspiring professionals. That how Delnet intends to empower and has been empowering libraries and inspiring the professionals, and we really remain much grateful to you. We also remain grateful to our invited speakers who have not only contributed by sending us their write-ups, for the Delnet publications, but also for being there with us. We truly have acknowledged and appreciated their presence, including Mrs. L. Indra Nair, Dr. Manik Baral, Dr. Milind Ansani, Dr. Swati Barnabas, Dr. N. Abdul Latif, Mr. P. Ramo, Dr. Muthu Bharati, Mrs. Sunita Parekh, Dr. N. Sivakami, and Dr. Dharani. We are also much thankful to Dr. Vivek Patkar, who has given a futuristic insights, a futuristic vision for Delnet 2032. All of us really look forward to 2032, and then to look back and to see what we have really done. But yes, we remain highly committed. Every moment we highly remain committed to ensure that we are able to contribute immensely to the entire LIS libraries, to the library landscape in India and also in the other countries, and we remain much grateful for all our member institutions. I would like to thank each one of you who have really, I don't know how the entire day has gone, you would be the best people, but yes, we enjoyed, we really felt like deliberating more, but today you have given us enormous, infinite opportunities to further work on number of our projects. So it's like a wish list that we have from the members, and that's what we are going to work. So it will be a 30 wish list from our member institutions, and as I requested you also, please do kindly keep this dialogue, this discussions should always stay on. We always feel highly encouraged and motivated when you write to us and tell us that this should be done, this should be, this is what is being required, this is what my users are wanting. Please do give us a chance, to serve you, because you are the ones who are directly, catering to the users. You know their needs and requirements, and also moreover, once you do it, and once you say something to us, you may feel that it's only for your institution, but yes, there would be large number of other institutions who would also be thinking in the similar terms, and they would also have been desiring, to do something. So please do kindly always feel communicated and connected with Delnet, and give us, just send us across an email and saying that we really want that, if Delnet can think about it, because you remain our entire source of inspiration, and we remain committed, to fulfill them. So we today have, if we really see from right from the morning, the deliberations that we had, each one of you have given us a number of, near things that we can think about. So it's special year, 30th year of Delnet, and we assure you that we are in this year would really be wanting to introduce some of the major big portals for our member institutions, and also to see to it that we are in tune with your requirements, what you require, we are able to develop, and more of a brainstorming we require. We really want that we should be able to, as being said by Dr. Patkar, the brain writing and also the brain warming. So we would really want to engage more often with each one of you, so that you tell us, and we tell you what we are doing, and you tell us how you want us to drive further. So we remain truly grateful to you. You have been an extraordinary you have always been an extraordinary professional colleagues of ours, but we have truly appreciated and admired your time and efforts in being there with us, in taking out time in being there and being a part of this wonderful program, Delnet at 30, forging ahead in empowering libraries and inspiring LIS professionals. We hope that we have been able to do that, and we must say from Delnet that you have truly empowered and have truly inspired us to carry on further. We really would like to thank each one of you for your sharing your wonderful inputs with us, and we truly remain grateful to you. I would also like to acknowledge the enormous support that I have received, from our entire highly dedicated Delnet team, and I remain much grateful and much appreciative of their efforts. I would like to, and for conceptualizing this entire program, I would like to acknowledge also the support received from our colleagues, including Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha, the Associate Technical Services, Mr. Deepak Yadav, the Senior Network Assistant, Mr. Kushal Giri Goswami, who has been coordinating our webinars, and Mrs. Ranjana, who has been very, very much, all of them have really contributed in a great manner in executing, in making it possible for having all these sessions, and their suggestions and their inputs have truly been appreciated. We remain much grateful to all forces, seen, unseen. You can see, it's in Delhi today for the first time after having one of the I think, the most hot summers that we had, scorching heat that we had. Today was a day in the morning, early morning, it was raining heavily in morning, and throughout the day it rained heavily. So that has been a blessing of the Almighty also, and we maybe remain always, each one of us. We wish you the best of the times ahead. We wish the blessed times, the happy times, the purposeful time for each one of you. And we would truly remain always grateful to you for all the support that you have been offering to Delnet. For the years altogether, every moment the support that you extend to us, it means a lot to us. So we truly would like to also take this opportunity, on the opportunity of 30 years of Delnet, would like to acknowledge your help. I would also like to thank our colleagues at our Delhi, other colleagues at Delhi office, and also our consultants, Mr. Owen Safapuri at Bangalore, Mr. Subhash at Bangalore, Dr. Nilachi Deshpande at our Pune unit, and also Mr. Rohidas Rathor and Mr. Maleshwam from Hyderabad unit, who has also been helping in informing our professional colleagues in the various regions to join us. So we remain truly appreciative of their support also in being there. We really look forward to having many more opportunities. And let me quickly just inform you all that tomorrow at 3 p.m., I think majority of you would definitely have registered by now. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., we are going to have Dr. H.K. Kaul's memorial lecture, the second Dr. H.K. Kaul's memorial lecture, which will be delivered by Mrs. Padma Muralidharan, the senior librarian at Nanyang Technological University, who will be speaking on user-centered services and the changing perspectives for LIS professionals. We would like to request, and each one of you, if you have not registered, it is tomorrow, 3 o'clock Indian Standard Time, and we request you to kindly join us. And today at sharp 5:30, once you receive the email containing your certificate of participation with great appreciation of your participation today, that would also be, please go through the mail. It will also be containing a hyperlink for tomorrow's program. Even if you're not finding it as a hyperlink, we request you just copy it, paste it in the browser, and you would be able to get the registration page. So please do kindly register. Do join us, as we would be having the Dr. H.K. Kaul's memorial lecture tomorrow, paying our homage to the great soul, to the great visionary, and on his second Punyatithi tomorrow. And we would truly be grateful to you if you can make it and be there with us at 3 o'clock tomorrow. So with this, we close our today's momentous day program, a day which we are going to cherish and remember, because it's all you, because of you, we are going to remember it the most. You have always been an integral part of Delnet, and you will always continue to remain very much a part of all, whatever we are doing. Whenever we think of you, you are the one we think first, and then we think about doing that, through Delnet. So you always continues to be our motivators, and you inspire us a lot. And as a way you have been inspiring Delnet for the last 30 years, we are pretty confident, and we truly would feel grateful that you continue to inspire us forever, so that we can collectively, collaboratively, as a joint effort of each one of us, we should be able to contribute to the society who gives us so much. And I think each one of you would, continue to be the wonderful partners in this library networking. So with this, we close today's session, and we look forward to having you back again tomorrow at 3 p.m. And we would truly be grateful to you for being there with us tomorrow at 3 p.m. for second Dr. H.K. Kaul's memorial lecture, which will be delivered by our speaker, Padmaja Muralidharan from Singapore. So we request for your kind presence. With this, we close the session. Thank you so very much. We can't really thank you enough. And it has been a great honor and pleasure having each one of you with us, and you have given us the memories of the 30th birthday of Delnet, which we have celebrated with the very, very wonderful presence of each one of you. Stay happy, stay blessed, do stay informed, and do stay connected. Great honor and pleasure. May God bless you all. And it has truly been something which we are going to cherish forever. Thank you. Thank you all, and God bless you all. Thank you very much. And do kindly come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. And pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manek. Thank you, Dr. Milad. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you. Thanks.